Recording in progress. Good morning, everyone. I'm Raisa Marks. I'm going to be the facilitator for the next couple of days. And I'm going to start by inviting Margot Parks to come up. Margot is one of the recipients of the EHSI research grants, and she's also a member of the organizing committee for today's event.
Good morning, or Hadi, from the Carleton territory from which I've travelled from to be here today. Thank you, Raisa, for opening the space and setting the stage for us to begin our proceedings in a good way. My name is Margot Parks, and I am so honoured to be here to introduce you to Elder Simon Brascoupé as we acknowledge the Anishinabeg Algonquin Nation on whose territories we're fortunate to be gathered here today. To make this introduction, it's also necessary for me to acknowledge the lands and territories I am originally from, in Kaitahu territory in the southeast of Aotearoa, New Zealand, as well as the unceded territories of the Carleton, where through my role as a professor at the University of Northern British Columbia, I'm honoured to have lived and worked for the past 12 and a half years. I am deeply thankful for the lands, waters, and all the relations with whom I share these territories, as well as their elders, past, present, and future. But it is now my honour to welcome an elder from this territory, an elder who has worked extensively with one of our EHSI colleagues and teams, the Shared Future Initiative, led by Dee Lewis and Heather Castledon. Simon Brascoupé, who is Anishinabeg, Haudenausanee Bear Clan, is a member of the Kitigan, Zibi, Anishinabeg First Nation, Maniwaki, Quebec. He is an adjunct research professor at the Carleton University and Trent University. He was recently designated Certified First Nations Health Manager for the First Nations Health Manager Association. Elder Brascoupé has a research interest in land-based healing, traditional medicine, and traditional knowledge. We were just chatting about his passion for food and traditional food creation and the gardens that have been planted over the last few years. He conducts research and writes on cultural competency and safety. He has written and worked in the field of traditional knowledge and in intellectual property rights. He is also, among these many talents, the chair of the CIHR Institute of Aboriginal People's Health Advisory Board. Thank you for that role. Previously, Simon was the Chief Executive Officer, National Aboriginal Health Organisation, Director, Primary Care Division, First Nations Inuit Health Branch, and Director, Aboriginal Affairs Branch, Environment Canada. So it's no surprise with that extraordinary array of orientations that he was invited to fill the role of Chair for the International Advisory Committee of the Shared Future Project. And although Heather and Dee Lewis and other members of that team, we do have some members of the team here, they're really delighted that we're so thankful that they have been able to create this opportunity to hear from Elder Brascoupé today. So with many thanks, I'll ask you to open our proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a long list of stuff.
Yeah.
I tell my kids, you live long enough, you're going to do everything, you know. So it's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. I was talking to Margot, the other Margot, well, and you, about walking. I get up and I spend about 45 minutes in the morning walking, and this morning I saw ducks and geese and robins, but I saw some ducks that I hadn't seen in a while since last fall, so it was really good to see them. And the squirrels running around in my neighborhood, I'm just about 5 minutes away from here. And it just reminds me that they have ancestors also, you know. So we see young rabbits running around. The old rabbits have disappeared somewhere. And and life goes on. So it's a pleasure to be here with you. I think about our original instructions. Humans, the Creator gave the sun, the moon, the stars original instructions, and we see the sun rise and set, and the stars. They're all doing their work given to them by the Creator. And humans were given instructions to keep the water, the earth, and the air pure. And I think that's all the original instructions we all have. I think it's important. We have a story about Wasejak, who's a trickster, and we were talking about him yesterday, and sometimes he's a rabbit with these big ears, and he spent a lot of time through the Algonquin territory. But he's also can turn into a bird. So I'm going to tell you a story about Wasejak, the bird, whiskey jack in English. And this story goes back maybe 10,000 years. And I actually have the scientific evidence of this story. It's been documented over the years. So Wasejak loved to eat beaver. And in his day, there were these giant beavers. And there's actually a skeleton of one, I think, on the second floor here, giant beaver. Anyway, so he goes up the Ottawa River, or the Zibi River, and then goes north into what is now Quebec, and he finds the giant beaver's home and his lodge. And so, with a beaver, you have to swim under the water to get into their lodge. So he wasn't a very good swimmer, so he was going to, he broke the dam to let the water out and he would get in. And so he breaks the dam, but he gets so tired, he falls asleep. And when he falls asleep, of course, the beaver sneaks away and he gets frustrated. So he follows the beaver south onto the Ottawa River, and there's another dam there. But this time he brings a buddy with him, and he tells his buddy, he says, I'm working so hard breaking the dam, I might fall asleep. So when the water's down, wake me up. And so he works really hard, breaks the dam, the water runs out, and his buddy can't wake him up. He's shaking him, and he's sound asleep. And so he wakes up and the beaver's gone. But instead of getting upset about himself, he blames his buddy. And he said, you should have wakened me up. He says, I tried, but you're really hard to wake up. And so he gets so mad at his buddy, he kicks him. And he kicks his buddy, and he goes way up into the sky, gets close to the sun, and turns into this rock, lands on the territory. And if you go through this region, you see these rocks, boulders everywhere. There's some around the museum here. And my daughters used to ask my dad, where did all these rocks come from? And he said, oh, just one day it just rained all these rocks. And so he doesn't give up. He comes closer to Ottawa, and there's some waterfalls just west of here, and he breaks the dam again. And this time the beaver's getting old, and the beaver crawls up on the side of the river and passes away and turns into this giant hill. So if you look at all the hills along the Ottawa River, they actually look like these giant beavers. And I don't need to tell you the rest of the story, because the beavers, you probably all know, beavers are eco-engineers. They create the environment that we inhabit today. A little dam turns into a little pond, which turns into a lake. But I think when I've traveled, I've told the story all across Canada, and every community has a megafauna story, and so it kind of tells you how long that story's been passed on. I think I figured 500 generations that story's come down to you today. So anyways, I'm looking forward to the next couple of days, hearing what everybody has to say. I'm just going to tell you one last story. And, you know, we used to be called, I moved from the res to Ottawa, and we used to be called urban Indians. And those that we stay, maybe it's urban Indigenous people these days. And one of the elders I met said, isn't a bird still a bird? Whether in the urban environment, anyways. But I see nature everywhere. I'm inspired by the medicine plants that I see in the summer, and they're all through the Ottawa region. Anyways, thank you. Miigwech. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Margot and Simon. And Simon will be back at the end of the day tomorrow to close us off in a good way. Okay, so next I'm going to invite Dr. Brian Rowe to join us. He's the scientific director of the CIHR Institute of Circulatory and Respiratory Health and a professor at University of Alberta.
Is there a clicker? Do I just say next slide? Okay. You're going to advance the slides? Yeah, okay. Thanks very much. So, yeah, thanks very much for the invitation. It's always difficult to follow somebody like Simon, who's got really good stories. And, you know, CIHR doesn't allow us to tell stories. So, and it's taken me 24 hours to get here. So I'll be tired like that guy that was breaking down the Beaver Dam. And I just hope nobody kicks me, because I probably will turn into a rock. So thanks for opening the meeting in a good way, Simon. Traditionally, we acknowledge the land where we are having the meeting. I just like to acknowledge Treaty 6 territory in Edmonton, Alberta, the home of many First Nations and Métis people. That's where Ryan Perry, Helen Coe, and I from the Institute live, work, and play. And we're very grateful for our Indigenous colleagues. We have a long history at CIHR and ICRH and all the institutes of, thank you, of working with Indigenous peoples to improve the health and wellness of our Indigenous colleagues. And I think it's just important to reflect from a CIHR perspective what we've been doing with the Indigenous community, because words are great, but actions are better. And we have invested over $105 million in 15 years in what's called the NEARS program, the Network Environment for Indigenous Health Research. This is the largest capacity development program in the history of CIHR, in the history of Indigenous peoples in Canada. We have territorial and provincial NEARS communities in every province and territory except for one, and that is changing this year. And we have a NEARS coordinating center that helps us work collectively across the country. Our commitment was to 4.9% funding at CIHR to Indigenous researchers and people doing research with Indigenous communities. And we have successfully reached that mark this year. And I think that's a major milestone for CIHR. Several years ago, when the meeting with the researchers in Ottawa in 2016 occurred, we developed an iterative review process for Indigenous scholarship, and we committed to the 4.9% investment, and that has been reached. That's not the end of the road, Simon. I want you to know that. We're continuing our work in this field, but that is an example of what CIHR can do when we put a target in place. So I think we're making strides to work in a good way with the Indigenous community and seek true reconciliation. So just for those of you that have perhaps forgotten during the pandemic what CIHR is, it's the Canadian Institutes of Health Research. We have 13 virtual institutes across the country, from coast to coast at least, And these are in the home of the scientific director, the academic home. So I'm at the University of Alberta, and so our institute exists on Treaty 6 territory. And you can see the institutes across the country. I won't name everyone there, but our newest institute director is Angela Kaida, who was a former graduate student of ours at the University of Alberta and has gone on to great things at Simon Fraser University. She's taken over from Kara Tannenbaum. So there is an evolution. Institutes are directed by a scientific director for 4 years, and if we can fool them, we get a second 4 years. And so Kara has served for 8 years, and the other most recent addition is Fifi Liu, a radiation oncologist at Princess Margaret Hospital in Toronto, and she's in charge of cancer research. You'll notice that there are 2 vacancies, so please put in your applications. One was a unfortunate one. It was Dr. Margot Greenwood, who was the interim scientific director for the Institute of Indigenous Peoples Health. And she was, I mean, it's shocking to me, she was recruited by the Ottawa Senators. I thought, well, she likes to walk and she's fit. I don't know, they needed a lot of help. Turns out she is an Ottawa senator now. So when she went to the Senate, she could no longer be the Institute director, and that was a real tragedy for us personally at the Institute, because she's from Treaty 6 territory herself, and her family members live in Edmonton, and we were seeing her a lot, and it was, again, a reflection of our commitment to Indigenous peoples. But we are thankful that she's telling the Prime Minister what to do now, so thank you. Just so that you know, I'm going to be going the way of the dodo bird in about 7 months, 11 days, 14 hours, and 6 minutes. So after 2 terms, they send you the job description, and then they post it. So it's been posted. So anybody in the room that's interested, who wants the job, you know, Helen and Ryan are here. You can chat with them. I'm happy to chat with you. But these are important jobs, and I think there's people in this room that could easily fill this role. So just to start the discussion about EHSI, this quote by Rachel Carlson in the book Silent Spring, "In nature, nothing exists alone." And this is really a reflection of how EHSI was established. So historically, we all know in this room that the physical, social, cultural, and built environments where we work, live, play, and do our regular activities are critical to our health. In Alberta, we've seen lots of wildfires. In Calgary, there were floods. There's recently been ice storms in eastern Canada. The environment is speaking to us, and your lives are dramatically affected by this. And they intersect and contribute to both chronic and new disease. So in 2013, Canada was ranked 15th out of 17 peer countries with respect to environmental performance, got a grade of a C. Now, in my high school, that was a pass. Apparently, that's not going so well anymore, but this would be not a failing grade, but not a good grade. And so the EHSI was established and launched in 2014. Just so that you understand how it works at CIHR, all the open competitions that you apply for, we make no decisions on that. And the institutes are responsible for strategic investments. So if we find a strategic area that needs that has gaps and needs to be filled, we try to fill that. We can't fill all of them because our institute budgets are unchanged since 2000, and our buying power is much less than it was when we started. But that is the goal of the institutes. We launch strategic programs. And so at the time, this was part of the RAF initiative, the Roadmap Accelerated Fund, which is the former strategic plan for CIHR. And we were mandated to use a half of our funding in RAF initiatives. So you've seen some RAF initiatives. One of the ones we ran was the Transitions in Care initiative. Other ones are like this, the EHSI. So the institutes all got together. Now we get together all the time anyway, right? We co-fund lots of activities, but that's what EHSI was. And again, it's an intersectional program to understand how environments, genes, and the microbiome interact and cumulative exposures affect chronic disease and human health. We wanted to leverage and enhance the power of the data platforms in Canada, and Canoe is one of the examples of that. And then we wanted to understand how to prevent and mitigate environmental health threats. And this nexus approach was a strategic approach where urban form, agri-food, and resource development were connected. And so agri-food, the concern was the effects of farming, intensification and practices on antimicrobial resistance, and you'll see we've invested in AMR and so have other global leaders in health. Resource development, community engagement and mitigation strategies to reduce occupational and community exposures to toxins, and then public health and transportation in urban form. Again, intersectional, lots of overlap, and you'll see that in the reporting. So here were the three main components: environment and measurement, etiology and measurement, data platforms, and prevention. And you can see, I don't know if I can do this. Oops. I'm not very good with a clicker. It doesn't have a pointer, or it does? No? No pointer. Okay, up there. Anyway, you'll see the institutes listed in the various funding opportunities. So my own institute, ICRH, with Institute of Human Development, Child and Youth Health, also referred to as ITSI, I don't know why. That was the data platform. III and Institute of Population Public Health contributed to the intersectional research prevention program. And then environments, genes, and chronic disease were Institute of Aging, Institute of Nutrition, Metabolism, and Diabetes, ITSI again, and III. And then all small amounts were contributed by Institute of Gender and Health and Institute of Indigenous Peoples Health to all three of those activities. And so here's the timeline you can see, and I won't go through this in great detail, but we launched three major initiatives during this period of time. And you know, I'm not good at math, but it's about $35 million in investment over a 5-year period. You know, when we talk to the NIH, that's like pennies for them, but that's what we've got. And I think these kinds of major initiatives are important contributions. And then you can see also the dreaded coronavirus that started in 2019 in the rest of the world and 2020 in North America. And that's interfered with progress. We'll probably hear some of that, Jeff, over the course of the next 2 days. But you can see that there were three major initiatives here. So environments, genes, and chronic disease. There were 20 letters of intent given a full application. We targeted 8 teams at $400,000 a year for 5 years. That's $2 million for a team. And this is the kind of size of grants that we give at CIHR for teams. Networks are a little bit larger, and smaller sort of emerging networks, we sometimes fund at a little bit less than this. But what you find is when you get CIHR funding, other funding follows, and hopefully we'll hear a little bit about that today. Again, the funding start date was 2015, the end was October 2020, and at the midpoint assessment, progress was being made. There were important linkages in research funding between this group and Canoe. There were other grants able to secure additional funds, and several new initiatives were developed. So I think that it has been a success. Obviously, it would be nice to have something to move this to, but you will recall the SPORE grants were the major network grants that CIHR provided. There's only 5 of those, and the NCE was sunset. So the opportunities to build on this have largely evaporated. Then Canoe, full application, nearly 4.2 million. Maybe Jeff would say that's 4.1, but we round up. It's one grant over 5 years, and obviously we're here today because of that, and we're very grateful for the team for this midterm or this end of grant report and meeting. This was the opportunity to get together and learn what's worked, what hasn't worked. We know that at the midpoint, there were over 200 requests for support, 45 peer-reviewed publications. There were other publications expected, and the platform has expanded and increased the efficiency of doing large data science. And then finally, intersectoral prevention research letters of intent were provided with $25,000 for 9 developmental grants and full application for $400,000 a year for 5 years. So that's another huge investment. October 2016 was the start, and end of funding September 2021. So highlights at the midpoint were conditions were in place for most of the teams to meet their program objectives. Several teams reported that the research collaborators they established were already influencing policy and practice, and the maturity of and size of the network was influential. So we do a dreaded process pretty much every summer at the institutes called validation. Several of the staff here will sort of twitch with the word validation, but we get all of the funding from CIHR and we say, what is this funding for? So we get the information. We say, well, that's heart, that's lung, that's cancer, that's environment, that's AMR. And then we put it together. And so we've searched the database at CIHR. I think it's very reliable because it's done by the Institute staff routinely with a protocol. And what you see here is at the launch of EHSI, there was growing interest in environment and health research overall. And then it peaked at 2019, 2020. There's been a bit of a downturn as many of these initiatives have been completed. But CIHR's new strategic plan, the 10-year vision for health research in Canada, is like a stamp that you can put on an initiative. And that stamp looks at Indigenous health research and EDI as cross-cutting themes, but also looks at knowledge creation, knowledge mobilization, and capacity development. So those kinds of visions for the future can be stamped on any new initiative. And again, that's what we're looking to do. So what are the current investments? We have added some important investments over the last number of years. We have a Lyme disease network and a food security and climate change in the Canadian North initiative. Healthy Cities is a $43 million initiative looking at the understanding of health promotion within cities. In January, the CRCC launched the International Joint Initiative for Research in Climate Change, Adaptation, and Mitigation. There's money in that, and CIHR is contributing to that. And then we have a small series of grants that the Institute of Population Public Health started last year called the Chief Public Health Officer Funding Opportunity, and we're proposing to do that again this year with the release of the 2023 report. So all that to say, there's definitely more to come. We can't give you a crystal ball and say this is exactly what's going to happen, but this topic, all the work that you're doing is contributing to initiatives that are moving forward and will be announced in the near future. So thank you very much for your time. Look forward to the next 2 days.
Thanks very much, Brian. So I'm going to ask Margot Parks to come up again to introduce our next opening speaker.
Thank you, Raisa, Elder Brascoupé, and Dr. Brian Rowe. Your words and opening remarks have highlighted the many threads of past work as well as ancient wisdoms that are coming together and interacting as we gather here for this important summit, reflecting on the profoundly important connections between environments, health, and well-being, not only for us as people, for all our relations, but also for our work, especially those that are in the room today. And reflecting on these confluence and connections is also really relevant to this introduction that I now make to Senator Margot Greenwood. It's my great honour to meet up with and introduce Senator Greenwood here in Ottawa, having been very fortunate to have met and worked with Professor Greenwood in her various roles at the university, based from the University of Northern British Columbia over the last decade or so, and time spent on Lheidli territory. Now, Senator Greenwood is an internationally recognised and highly respected Indigenous scholar of Cree ancestry. Importantly, she is a mother, a grandmother, a researcher, an author, and a friend and inspiration to many. In her new role as an independent senator in British Columbia, she promotes and ensures the continued well-being of all children and families in Canada. Until her appointment to the Senate, as has already been mentioned, Dr. Greenwood served as academic leader of the National Collaborating Centre for Indigenous Health, and many of you will know her in this role, which was an inspiration, and as interim scientific director of the CIHR's Institute for Indigenous Peoples' Health, alongside her professorship, which she retains at the University of Northern British Columbia's education program. Dr. Greenwood has worked with UNICEF, the United Nations, the Canadian Reference Group to the WHO Commission on Social Determinants of Health. She has served on the Assembly of First Nations Public Health Expert Advisory Committee, the Indigenous Health Advisory Committee to the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons, and the Public Health Network of Canada. The work that I first heard about with Dr. Greenwood was in the development of early childhood programs, particularly federally funded programs, the First Nations Inuit Childcare Initiative, the Aboriginal Head Start Urban and Northern Northern Program, and the First Nations Head Start on Reserve Program. She's recently co-authored the Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Framework, and Dr. Greenwood was a founding member of the BC Aboriginal Care Society and now serves on the board of the College of Physicians and Surgeons of BC and as a council member of the BC Patient Safety and Quality Control. That commitment to children and our next generation is part of what we will learn about today in the framing remarks, and a sense of an intergenerational orientation that's so important to our work. In recognition of this transformational leadership and contributions to society, especially in Indigenous health and early childhood, Dr. Greenwood has received numerous awards and recognitions, and was most recently appointed to the Order of Canada as an officer. As well as my deep respect for Senator Greenwood's impressive background, and as an Indigenous scholar, leader, and now senator, I'm also especially glad to have come to know our shared love of walking by rivers, which we were chatting about just now with Elder Brascoupé. I'm especially appreciative of the many conversations walking at the confluence of the Fraser and the Nechako rivers on the unceded territory of the Lheidli. And this is particularly relevant given that the name Lheidli means the people of the confluence of two rivers. And so with that sense of confluence and a reminder of the preciousness of all that each of you are bringing together to the proceedings today, and the importance of coming together as a whole to talk about these topics, I offer my sincere thanks and good fortune to have Senator Greenwood to offer framing remarks for this Environment and Health Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot, for those really generous opening introduction. Tansei, and good morning. I want to begin by acknowledging the ancestors and traditional unceded and unsurrendered territories of the Anishinabeg and Algonquin peoples, and thank them for allowing me to be here with you on these lands to engage in your discussions. Thank you, Elder Brascoupé, Simon, for opening our day in a good way. Margot Greenwood Netsigitsunam Nihio, from Treaty 6 territory in what is now known as Central Alberta. I am of the Peesu clan. I am a Thunderbird of that clan. I speak this morning from that place and as an academic from the University of Northern British Columbia, not necessarily as the senator. Thank you to Margot Parks and the organizing team for inviting me to share some ideas with you this morning that I think are interesting and ones that give me hope. Thank you, Brian, for the EHSI overview. Before I start formally into this talk, I want to talk to you about the photo that you see here in front of you. This is the wishing tree. I grew up beside where my ancestors walked alongside the river's edge. This tree is right by the river and was in my backyard almost. This is where I learned to dream. I would lay on my back and look up through the gnarled old branches to the sky and think of all the things that could be. Dreaming gave me hope. I suspect we all have our own way of dreaming and ways of acting on these imaginings to create change. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today amongst colleagues and friends who are like-minded in their commitment to the environment and to our health. I was particularly happy to see my NCC leads and their teams with them, my CIHR colleagues and friends that I have done research with and participated with you over the many years. I also want to acknowledge the work of the recipients of CIHR's Environments and Health Signature Initiative, and thank you for all the work you do on behalf of all Canadians. These projects that you engage in address current realities while setting the stage for future opportunities. At no time in our planet's history are these actions of greater importance. We have only to look at the focus of the federal government's 2023 budget on building Canada's clean economy to see this significance. Right, I gotta stay on top of this. As I thought about this gathering, I was reminded of a time I shared with Mary, a Sewepma elder and one of my teachers. It was a time of feeling totally connected to the land, as if you were a part of it, like a tree rooted in place. As I felt the ground at my feet and the energy that flowed from it, there was a sense of peace, and I belonged. And in that moment, I felt the tears run down my cheeks, and a small hand touched my arm as I heard the words, "When you cry, you are closer to the Creator." I also felt the responsibility of being in that relationship. When we speak of the environment and the land, these are the first thoughts that come to my mind. This relationship of connection and belonging is a critical part of my health and well-being. And I believe this to be true for many other Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples around the world. Many Indigenous philosophies of being are anchored in understandings and connections to the land, where all things are in relationship. All things animate and inanimate have spirit and are therefore alive. The waters, the rocks, the sky, and all its beings are part of our being in the world. Our stories, our protocols teach us how to be in relationship with one another and all things on this fragile planet we all call home. The Sioux people have a story of how food was given. It tells how each animal laid down its life so that the people to come would have food and clothing and lodging. The bear led, offering his life, followed by spring salmon, Saskatoon berry, and bitterroot. Even today, hunters, fishermen, gatherers offer prayers, thanking the animals and plants for giving their lives to nourish ours. There is no greater gift than this. This relational way of being, taught through stories and lived experiences, was intended to preserve and ensure life for generations to come. In his 1854 speech to government officials, Chief Seattle said, "Every part of this earth is sacred to my people. Every shining pine needle, every sandy shore, every mist in the dark woods, every meadow, every humming insect, all are holy in the memory and experience of my people. We know the sap which courses through the trees as we know the blood that courses through our veins. We are part of the earth, and it is part of us. The perfumed flowers are our sisters. The bear, the deer, the great eagle, these are our brothers. The rocky crests, the juices in the meadow, and the body heat of the pony and man all belong to the same family. Will you teach your children what we have taught our children, that the earth is our mother? What befalls the earth befalls all the sons of the earth. This we know. The earth does not belong to man. Man belongs to the earth. All things are connected, like the blood that unites us all. Man did not weave the web of a life. He is merely a strand in it. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself. There's much work to be done, and an urgency to do it. We cannot turn back the clock of time, but we can share respect for the land and for each other across generations around the world in order to protect the global ecosystem we all share. Indigenous philosophies can inform contemporary adaptations and interventions, not just for Indigenous people, but for all peoples. And I'm reminded of a saying when I work in early childhood is, we don't throw out the baby with the bath. We need all ways of thinking, all processes, all strategies to bear on this challenge we face. We know that First Nations and Inuit and Métis peoples, when compared with other Canadians, continue to experience inequities across all sectors, particularly and with significant consequence across the health sector. We also know that these inequities are associated with a colonial legacy of historic, economic, sociocultural, and environmental disparities that continues to impact our children, our families, and communities even to this day. Many of these inequities result in diminished quality of life, resulting in poverty, crowded substandard housing conditions, overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in the correctional system and children in the child welfare system, family violence, lack of accessible educational opportunities and health services, food insecurity and lack of potable water, all of which have a detrimental impact on children, families, communities, and our nation as a whole. An example of this reality of inequities is made clear through the COVID experience. COVID is often referred to as the Great Revealer. This lived reality exposed injustices that underlie people's vulnerabilities and access to services. For example, to address these individual and population-based inequities, we need diverse approaches that are anchored in justice and take into account diverse knowledge systems. We need research that reaches across distinct environments, sectors, and disciplines. We have geographic, cultural, and local differences that need to be considered. We need platforms to communicate and share our ideas and actions. The recent announcement of the Declaration on Planetary Health by the Association of Faculties of Medicine of Canada offers us one example of acknowledging and addressing the environment and health. This declaration focuses on environmental, social, and structural determinants of health using community-based approaches. It calls for collective actions to address planetary health education, research, and the transition to climate resilience and low-carbon health systems. This declaration, in my opinion, underscores the work that you have been doing with CIHR for the past 5 years, and for some of you, a whole lot longer. The declaration is also indicative of more and more groups and individuals prioritizing the intersection of the environment and health. The very definition of planetary health speaks to the inextricable link between human health and the health of our planet, while considering the impact of human disruptions on the Earth's natural environment. Our being depends on human health, flourishing natural systems, and wise stewardship of the land. I wonder if Chief Seattle knew that he was talking about planetary health or complex, multifaceted ecosystems as we understand them today. I actually believe he mourned a way of life, a way of thinking, and a way of being in the world that was changing before his eyes. Maybe we are coming to understand what Chief Seattle always knew. Oh, I missed that one. There he is. I'm going to go to here. Climate change is a global disruption to the human and natural life as we know it. I have focused on this given the urgency surrounding it, but also recognize that there is more to environment and health than climate change. Lots more. Climate change impacts us in multiple ways, and here's a few examples. I'm showing you this image because some of what I'm going to talk about is taken out of this report as well as other references. The examples include the disproportionate effect of climate change on northern communities. The permafrost that underlies almost half of Canada is particularly vulnerable to climate change, Transportation systems that support the movement of goods to the north and creation of economic opportunities are threatened by soil instability. The disruption to Indigenous ways of life. Climate change impedes activities such as hunting, fishing, and gathering, which compromises access to traditional foods and has exacerbated the growing crisis of food insecurity among Indigenous peoples. The unpredictability of the environment impacts traditional Indigenous knowledges that are anchored in those relationships with the land, the waters, the animals, the plants, and natural resources. It is this physical and spiritual connection with the land that impacts Indigenous peoples as individuals and collectives, particularly around mental and spiritual wellness. I worked in northern BC during a time of many forest fires. It was devastating to go to that land to see how it had changed, how the impact of that could change the stories. But I like to think about it as it creates new stories. And I think we have that opportunity. Water quality and sanitation are equally significantly impacted by climate change, and with many Indigenous peoples continuing to not have access to safe and clean drinking water, we will only continue to compound this generational crisis. Knowing these impacts and understanding their complexities informs our research, development of adaptation initiatives, policy development, resource allocation, and structural change. There's much work to be done to create the kinds of interventions necessary to address the impacts of climate change. Those of you, all of you in this room, are already thinking about these complexities and developing interventions and processes that can inform the necessary policy and system change. We need more knowledge through research to address and inform the work. We know there are challenges. Some of these are specific and obvious. Others are much more anchored, for example, in Indigenous health research more generally. A couple of those challenges that I think are important to all of us is a long history of unethical research practices that have contributed to a misappropriation and abuse of Indigenous knowledges. And of course, the mistrust of the research process itself. Also deeply significant, and all of you will be able to resonate with this, a lack of disaggregated and longitudinal data, particularly for specific populations, and I speak of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, and many, many others. We need that. We need that kind of work, and we need that kind of information. There's also a need to consider some of the gaps that we see, and a few of those I offer as examples. We need to consider the diversity of populations and their geographic locales. The far north, the provincial north, urban and rural. That is a huge question on many, many people's minds, is the urban settings and the rural settings. I come from Prince George, as Margot was saying in the introduction. I have a special place in my heart for the provincial north. So I certainly think about that in any of these new initiatives, and of course, urban and rural. The intersection of climate change and gender, for example, particularly the experiences of gender diverse people, children and youth, is another really significant consideration. And I think going even beyond that is to considering all of the isms, if you will, in what it is that we plan to do. We need to be thinking and we need to hold up that kind of diversity. The holistic and long-term impacts of climate change. Do we know that? Have we started those? Do we have the benchmarks? Have we started that work? I think that will be really important in years to come. Resilience and protective factors focused on climate change. What makes that community resilient? What makes those people? What protects them? In the Indigenous world, we often get that question around the resiliency of Indigenous people. So I think about that now, the resiliency of the land. And what is our role in protecting that resiliency? I think these are important questions. Determinants of adaptive capacity, including access to financial resources. Do you have the resources to do the work that you need to do? The role of government in policies and programs in supporting that work is critical. And I think we always have to ask ourselves the effectiveness of adaptation initiatives, asking ourselves, how effective are the adaptations we are implementing, or how effective is my work? I think we can do that all the time. We don't need to I don't have to wait for a formal evaluation of my program. I need to ask myself, am I doing what I said I would do? And I think we can ask ourselves that every day. I'm going to close now with some thoughts that I hope will underscore your ideas and your work and support the continuation of your efforts. Research anchored in social justice and inclusivity that upholds the richness of diversity offers us opportunities for innovation and creativity needed to address the challenges we face in the relationships between the environment and health. This is not a time for business as usual, but rather a time for change. We must convene across disciplines and sectors, creating a platform for multiple players, individuals, organizations, and governments who can see themselves as valued contributors to the common good of all. Social and environmental determinants of health approaches offer a way to examine the complexity of people's health that crosses sectors and disciplines while addressing them at individual, system, and structural levels. One might ask oneself, how do I contribute to this work? What is my sphere of influence? How do I participate? If I'm a policymaker, what is my role? What should I be doing? What do we need to do together as a collective? Where do we come together to do this good work? We are all part of this system and a much larger global one. We cannot deny the impacts of climate change. The United Nations states that climate change is the defining issue of our time. And we are at a defining moment. It is not just for us gathered here today that we address climate change, but for future generations. That is for our children, our grandchildren, and those yet to be born. So we ask ourselves, what do we need to do to save and prevent? I close now by going back to where I began. My Mosham, my grandfather, taught me that we must look to the past to know where we are going in the future. Learning from the past and having the courage to create change is indeed a gift. I suspect all of you have that gift, or you would not be in this room today. The significance of the environment and health work you do cannot be underestimated, nor can it stop. We need, all of us need the work that you do. We need everyone contributing to making the world a better place for all. I thank you for listening to me, and I wish you very productive discussions in the remainder of your meeting. Hi, hi.
Thank you very much, Margot and Margot. And Senator Greenwood is going to be here for the morning, and she welcomes connections and chatting, so grab her at the break if you want to chat further. Okay, next I'm going to invite Jeff Brooke up. So Jeff is the Scientific Director of CANU, Canadian Urban Environmental Health Research Consortium, and an Associate Professor at U of T, and also member, or I guess I should say leader, of the organizing committee for this event.
Thanks, Reza, so much. Also, thanks, Senator Greenwood, for really setting a stage for all of us like-minded people. Thank you for Margot Parks for introducing things to the stage, and also to Brian Rowe. I think it's a great way we've started our morning. Miigwech to all of you. Yes, my name is Jeff Brooke, and I am now going to try to turn us over to some work. We've heard some great words this morning, I think very inspiring words this morning, and now we're at the time where we need to think about why we're here, what we're working on. Now, as I came here, I left my home in Midland, Ontario, the land of the Anishinabeg people. I traveled across Turtle Island, saw great views along the river, traveling by train, and I very much appreciate where I am here now today for this summit. This has certainly been an issue, as we know, that we're all passionate about and have been for a long time. I think, as the Senator said, 5 years of work, and for others, much longer. And I put myself in that category of much, much longer, working and thinking about environments and health, as I think many of you are, by the familiar faces I see here, which is great. So welcome, and this really is about all of us. And I also want to make sure that I welcome those who are online who are joined. There should be a good presence of people online. This is a hybrid event. So please, if you are online, stay with it, work together, and do your part as best you can. It's hard to have these hybrid events, but let's try to make the best of it. Now, I just wanted to borrow this slide from Brian Rowe, again, just to sort of trace through the history of the EHSI. But I sort of did the math, at least of what was on the slide there, to see that through the course of this effort, you total up those numbers, and it's 36.7 million. But we know that there were many other side projects, side efforts that really contributed to that plus. Clearly, there were initiatives like secondary data analysis initiatives and contribution to other projects, or things the projects leveraged to make the whole much bigger than those original parts. There. And as I got more and more knowledgeable about the scope of the work, and certainly inspired by the Nexus approach and the 3 program areas that came from the development of the EHSI, I could really see that a lot of thought went into it. And it's brought us, of course, today to this point, to this summit, and we picked the name Summit, I think, to really mean something significant. It's not really just a time of what did we do and looking back, but it's really a time for us to really come to this summit of that triangle and now think about going forward, but not forgetting what we've learned along the way, the teams and partnerships that we've built. But I wanted to look back briefly because there was a lot of thought, in my opinion, that went into shaping what we did in this initiative. And my earliest memory was certainly back to a workshop in Montreal in 2011 talking about measuring environmental exposures, followed by then another workshop looking more at genes, chronic disease, and links with the environment. And then finally, the forum that was held not far from here in 2013, where more and more things started to take shape around what the EHSI was going to be about. And there were some clear things that needed to be dealt with in terms of breaking down the existing silos of the research environment in the health field, bringing things together, not running away from the real-world complexity that's out there that we all know about and heard about at a very deep level just now, and clearly building capacity. So it goes back further than just the launch of the RFAs and then the work that started. And of course, we all know it's gone back for a long time as we've all wanted to have something like the EHSI in place. Now, this summit, and the purpose of the summit, as I turn to the work we have to do over the next couple days, really has these sort of broad objectives, which is absolutely to take stock and think about and communicating the knowledge that was produced through the 5+ years of the projects within the EHSI. And then to establish a strategy that fosters the growth of work in this area, very interwoven work in this area going forward, and thinking about, again, what's been accomplished, trying to accelerate more the uptake of this research to wherever it finds its best home to spark the change, spark the increase of knowledge that we know that we need. Today, I would say we're really thinking about these two main objectives. We do have 2 days, a full 2 days, but I would like us to think more about this. Let's take further stock of and think about communicating the knowledge produced through our 18 projects. Everybody's here, not everybody, but all these projects are represented to some extent. And then think about accelerating the uptake of this research to wherever it finds its best home. I'm certain every single project has got things that connect at every different level of knowledge users, if we want to use that term, knowledge users. And while I know and I've seen that there is much impact that's already been happening through the projects, we can do more, probably more by teaming up and thinking about how projects are interrelated and really mining that further and further. And so as I get down deeper into what I really want us all to be working on today, I think there's more we can do to learn about what each other has done, increasing our collective understanding of the projects and what was accomplished. And then, thinking about even more deeply and appreciating the breadth of the work that was there and how complementary it is. So these are the things I think we want to get into our minds, into our spirit, and be able to now start to think about how it comes out and how it comes out together in a real coherent, impactful way. So as we are going forward through the day, we want to then certainly think about these perspectives, think about messages that really do the work justice, and clearly place it in the broader context of things we just heard. The environmental challenges of our time, the risks to individuals and populations in terms of their health, and the cross-cutting solutions that we know exist. And clearly, the root causes that obviously go back deeply to our relationship with the land and the world. So keep all these in mind, please, as we go forward today and try to come out the other end. Now, how are we going to get there? Well, it's easy, I think, right? Just 4 simple boxes. So we're here today, at the summit, but many of you know that we did host a series of webinars starting in late February that ran through till earlier this month. 6 webinars that brought different groups together. And hopefully you've had a chance to either attend them or review some of them as you've been preparing to come to this summit, because we can't do the project's justice in a day today. We have to have this background and try to have this common background. We're going to have a panel discussion today where the panelists, I think, are going to bring different perspectives on their role, what they do, the way the knowledge that they're interested in is used. I think they're all panelists that really sit at a nice interface between the research world, being researchers themselves, but also in ways that information is communicated outwards that can maybe help us shape some perspectives and how we can do better in getting our information out. In terms of the actual work that has been done, we've got a very brief time where all of you are going to share what was done, your very highest level messages, from which we're going to be able to, I think, come into smaller groups and ask more questions of the researchers through a World Cafe. And then finally, at the end, we do have a workshop to try to think more about the messages going forward. Now, I mentioned we had a series of pre-workshop webinars. This is a busy slide, but what I want to point out is a few things. There were 6 of them across those themes: urban form and health, resource development, microbiome, and onwards. We needed a way to group the 18, and so this is what we came up with. And as these webinars proceeded, I really felt that they really did hit the mark in terms of very complementary projects and teams sharing their insights. And you can also see, I think, that across the top, we've got our urban form and resource development groups where we see many more faces, and that clearly reflects the nature of the partnerships that had to be built and learned from in the work around intersector prevention that those groups were contributing to. Now, some of the observations I have sort of taken from them. Number one observation I had is I wish I had a whole bunch more careers ahead of me, because everything was so fascinating, everything that I learned and people were doing. And I'm really pleased that I was able to be part of all of them. I've already forgotten more than I remember from them, but they're there for us to view. But I did really find that some of the real observations were that the 5-year envelope and the team grant structure that it fostered was really essential to be able to do this. And each project was really successful in engaging a range of expertise, and they all came with a remarkable passion with respect to the work that they were doing. Very inspiring. The work, as we could see it, was well outside the bounds of what would probably be a usual project grant that would happen. And they all involved a range of partnerships, multidisciplinary teams, and those things take time to gel. So, these were a 5-year program. In my experience of being through many programs in my time at Environment and Climate Change Canada before moving to University of Toronto and being part of an NCE was that I always felt it took like 7 years before you even cleared off the desk of the things you were doing before and got to that point of respect to where you could really start to ask the really good questions. So in a lot of ways, maybe we're at the point of asking the best questions now. And despite there only being 18 projects, the foundation that's been built is incredible, and they have leveraged other things already, as we know, and they're now really well situated to guide us forward to where we need to go next. And very specifically, as I was in all the webinars, I could just see the opportunities that are there to learn from each other. And so that's hopefully a thing we will do here today a lot, is learn from each other in the projects that we did, cross-fertilize as much as possible. We really need to foster this next level of collaboration in the summit. And I kind of see, thinking about the summit and thinking about the structure, that indeed good things do come in 3 or 3s. And now we're here today to water that more through all of our good efforts and to think deeply about the 3 sisters and how complementary they are to each other and our food. So I want to now start and move on to the first formal phase of the summit with our first panel discussion. And so I want to know whether or not we're ready. We have panelists in the room, and we have some panelists online. And how are we doing for the online connection?
Hi, Jeff.
Fantastic. Okay. So we've got a bit of housekeeping to do that Reza is going to share with us, and then we're going to get started on the panel.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. So just a few housekeeping things. You do have copies of the agenda. Well, I think everyone got it by email, but you also have a copy on your table, one copy for the table, so we're encouraging sharing. The agenda also has speaker bios and the descriptions of each of the 18 projects, so that's a good resource to check through the summit. As Jeff said, we do have a virtual component. Hello, virtual people, and people will be joining us throughout the couple of days virtually as well. For people that are here in the room, there are just outside these two hallways. There's washrooms just in the hallway there, and also that's where the emergency exits are. And let's see, I think everyone knows by now you have a table number on the back of your name tag, and hopefully you're in the right tables. We did want to kind of foster collaboration and cross-project discussions, so we've probably put you with people that you don't know very well, but it's a chance to chat with new people. And I think that's it. There was something else. I think that's good for housekeeping for now. So I'm going to pass it back over to the Jeff and the hi Melissa and the panelists.
Okay, thanks very much, Reza. So you've all seen in the program the panel discussion that we have set up for this part of the agenda. What we're aiming to do is to go through and hear from each of the panelists first for 5 minutes or so, for them to share their thoughts from their perspectives. I think you can yourself measure from looking at their bios, the diverse backgrounds they have, the diverse perspectives that they're able to bring. And then after they've sort of shared their thoughts, including online, of course, we're looking for them to, talk with each other, maybe challenge each other if there's some ideas, or build on some of the ideas that they've put forward, and then open it up for some comments from the floor. And hopefully, more comments that will continue to spark the discussion, take us to another level. This panel discussion is to help us think as we go into our workshops later about how we might do better or differently in terms of communicating our messages. So that's, I think, a key takeaway we want to get from our panelists today. And the first panelist is Dr. Sarah Viebeck, who's the Chief Science Officer of the Public Health Agency of Canada. And so, Dr. Viebeck, please take it away.
Good morning. Can folks hear me? How nice to be here with all of you in person in this gorgeous facility. You couldn't have picked a better location. So thank you very much for including me. And we were asked to reflect on really what makes a difference in communicating scientific evidence in the context of policy, what's particularly compelling when that happens. And so I'll offer a few reflections, and then I'll look forward to engaging with the other panelists. I think the first thing that I'd reflect on is that science is certainly a critical component of any credible, evidence-informed, emergency-ready health system and health organization. And at the Public Health Agency, we're one of a number of government departments which are considered science-based departments and agencies. And so science is fully integrated into the context of all that we do. That occurs both through our intramural science activities, but also through the engagement that we have with extramural scientists and where those two places meet, the extramural evidence that's generated as well as the intramural science. One of the best parts of public health, as you all know, is that it brings together mixed and multiple disciplines and mixed and multiple methodologies. And that is what makes, I think, our field incredibly rich and incredibly exciting to follow. It's also one of the things that makes our field incredibly hard to bring different sources and lines of evidence together into the formulation of cogent science advice for policy. And that's really a big part of my role. We know also that there are many different ways in which scientific evidence can be used and actually influence policy. Of course, that can include instrumental use where science is directly informing and influencing a particular action, but it can also be conceptual in nature, where you're actually having your thinking influenced, and that becomes part of the overall policy evidence base. Within the context of COVID-19, I think it's important to note that there were massive disruptions in the systems of science. Many of you lived those. We saw not only the acceleration of the generation of evidence, but also changes in how it was used and how it influences policy. The rise in open science, which has made publications and made scientific evidence more accessible than arguably ever before. The systems and maturing of our science advice systems and architecture, both domestically and also internationally, and the advancements and need for living evidence syntheses, given the pace at which evidence is accruing and the pace at which the findings are actually changing alongside evolving epidemiology, alongside an evolving virus. Certainly in the context of environments and health research, which is where you're all situated, you're very familiar with those evolutionary practices and how scientific evidence both accrues but also evolves over time. Within the context of COVID, I'll offer a couple of reflections around the place of science and its use before turning over to other colleagues. One is around the critical importance of how to effectively and quickly synthesize evidence in a way that actually is conveying both the contextual nature of it and also ensuring that we've got bodies of evidence synthesized in a living way. And I want to really offer an acknowledgement of colleagues from the National Collaborating Centers for Public Health, many of whom are in the room today, who have played a really critically important part of our evidence ecosystem in the country for public health, bringing together diverse sources of evidence in a timely way to answer relevant questions for public health knowledge. So for both senior decision makers in government as well as in public health specifically, I think a few messages around the communication of science. One is that rarely is a single study going to actually influence the course of policy decision making. We want to see how those findings are situated in relation to a body of evidence. We have to understand what is known, but also what is not, the strength of the evidence in front of us, as well as how that evidence contains uncertainty to its confidence and the strength with which it's conveyed. I would encourage you to keep your communications around science simple, but not to oversimplify. And I would really encourage that you consider the audience and context into which your science and science advice is entering, and to develop a nuanced understanding of that through ongoing relationships. I'll close by saying that there's often a reputation for policy use of scientific evidence and for the integration of evidence into the policy cycle as being always needing to be fast. Policy works on this really fast time frame. While that may be true when a window actually opens, there are also many, many examples of where it's not. And so I would just encourage you to think about those ongoing communication activities as being as important as having just-in-time evidence available to respond. I'll look forward to the thoughts from others.
Starting remarks. I now want to turn to Dr. Corey Neudorf, professor at the University of Saskatchewan and the president of the Urban Public Health Network.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I'm in a position where I kind of try to straddle both worlds in being a researcher and a practitioner in public health. And in my role as president of UPHN, I just want to sort of set the context by saying that we're a network that has existed now for about 15 years to link local public health in large urban centers together across Canada for the purposes of sharing best practice, sharing challenges, possible solutions, and looking for innovative research projects that could be done to improve public health and improve the population's health in urban environments. And as such, over the years, we found increasingly that we're being approached by researchers and research teams to play that kind of partnership role. Some of those partners are in the room today. And what we found where those partnerships are the most productive is, first of all, where researchers have come to the local public health practitioners early on with research ideas, or even before that, to generate what are the research ideas that are of interest or important to local public health. And hopefully with a diversity of those local partnerships, because in public health, obviously, there's virtually nothing that we do that's by ourselves. It's usually in partnership with many, many different sectors. So coming early on, co-developing those research ideas and questions and being partners in that research, certainly in the knowledge translation as well. But the results of that research, giving key messages that can be used, can be parroted, use local public health in a way to get that message out. We've got a few examples where we've done research projects and actually then had locally relevant data that was shared ahead of time to the providers such that we could coordinate a media message across all major cities with locally relevant data at the same time. And it really amplifies the message and gets an issue across that can, be more effectual with policy change, certainly. So using that local public health voice to amplify the message. To do that, we need local data. We need granular information, linkable data, as Senator Greenwood said, accessible, local, granular data that really makes sense to the local people and local politicians where possible. We use that kind of data. Certainly then we'll take those research studies and other data and use it for local health status reports. We'll use it in environmental health chapters or focused reports. We'll use it for planning interventions to improve health or decrease risks. But we often use it in conjunction with that data then as a set of recommendations that are either aimed at local health system, local public health, often with municipalities and civic government, provincial and federal government as well. So we turn this data into recommendations, and that's often drawing upon that local research to put those forward. And what's the purpose? I mean, often when we're communicating that message, what we're trying to do is, yes, influence politicians, but we're also trying to influence the public to say, this is an issue, you should be interested in this, you should be aware, we need something to change, and can we get public opinion to shift so that we also put that pressure. Is that we can act as a place to actually ground the research and make it more locally relevant by having it as an applied research or an intervention research initiative. So as much as possible, we're looking to turn those findings into an ongoing research program to show this is an issue, these are the potential solutions, and now we're starting to generate evidence of effectiveness of how that can be translated and amplified in different contexts and different communities. So that's where that partnership is really important. And so I'll stop there and listen to what others have to say as well. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much, Corey. So we've gone from hearing about national level to how things connect at the local level. Now I want to turn to Dr. Melissa Lamb, Director of PAR-X, Board President of the Canadian Association for the Physicians of the Environment. Thank you, Melissa.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Okay, so I'm going to use these next 5 minutes. There we go. Part pep talk, part evidence, part case studies. Because I'm a family doctor, my day job is as a family doctor, and I'm all about putting science into practice. So I want to say that the people in this room are probably the best placed people to communicate these findings to the public, because if you look at this Ipsos poll that's run out of France every single year of global trustworthy professions, as you can see at the top, doctors are #1, nurses tend to rank up there as well, and scientists are #2. So if you happen to be a scientist and a doctor, you have basically hit the jackpot in terms of global trustworthiness ranking. Next slide, please. And also, framing policy proposals in terms of health is really effective. So there's a bunch of evidence looking at different frames and how they affect support for public policy. And this is just a study, it was actually officially published last year, that looked at research around climate change and policy proposals. So they did surveys with over 7,500 participants in over 5 countries. And they asked these participants to read 5 pages of statements and ask them which would make them more likely to support policies tackling climate change. And so these frames included health, environmental, migration, economy. And they found when they used the health frame and environmental framing to propose or to frame these policy proposals, this significantly increased support for those proposals. Economic framing actually had no effect. So if you think about how often we hear from government and the media, this is going to affect the economy or won't affect the economy, the average person actually doesn't care that much about the economy. Also, opportunity framing increased support more than threat framing, so these are all the positives that will happen if we put this policy proposal into place. And focusing on present impacts was more motivating than focusing on future impacts. So that's something that I try to do in my work, that CAPE and the BC Park Foundation often try to do, is focus on current health impacts and opportunities in this public policy messaging, because for the average person, it's much more motivating to change their behavior. But the thing is, how do we get this message in front of people? You know, it's all well and good to communicate this, but what if they're not listening, or what if they don't hear about it? Next slide, please. So I'm going to give you examples of 2 different case studies where we took campaigns that were based in the science and got a lot of media attention and moved policymakers and moved the public. So this is one of my personal heroes. Her name is Dr. Laurie Adamson. She's an ER physician in Salmon Arm. And I remember vividly our CAPE BC meeting. So we have monthly meetings where we talk about what's going on in the province and what kind of campaigns we want to put together. And she raised the point that, in fact, her son, who you can see in the picture there, brought home some materials from Fortis BC, which is the largest natural gas distributor in the province, extolling the virtues of natural gas and these kind of science lessons that were based in natural gas. And she was absolutely horrified. And I've been telling stories, I've been working in this field for over a decade now. Immediately I thought, this is the basis for a campaign. And so working with Kate BC and working with Laurie, we put together a campaign to ban fossil fuel promotion by Fortis BC in BC schools, highlighting the science behind the health and climate harms of LNG extraction and use. And we managed to gain almost 100 organizational signatories, including, this is key, the BC Teachers Federation and Vancouver Island Health Authority. We generated national media coverage, so a picture of the provincial environment minister was front and center in the Globe and Mail. The education minister, and she ended up, based on public pressure, meeting with stakeholders and rights holders to review and revise BC's education resources policy. And in fact, as of this date, so this is 1 year later, Fortis BC removed the Energy Leaders curriculum from its website, and it's still off their website under annual review. So a year later, obviously it's not an annual review, obviously it was our campaign that had that impact. Next slide, please. And then I want to talk about my favorite thing, which is PARX, Canada's National Nature Prescription Program, and it's again a program that's grounded in science and evidence behind the connection between nature and health. And it was just over a year ago that we announced our collaboration with Parks Canada, which led to over 90, in the first month after the announcement, over 90 national and international media pieces, which reached over 200 million people globally, and to date, about a year later, over 6 billion media impressions. This program was endorsed by the Canadian Medical Association at COP15 in Montreal, the UN Biodiversity COP, which is the first time a national physicians organization has endorsed a nature prescribing program. And To date, we have over 10,000 prescribers, so these are all regulated health professionals within Canada, registered and prescribing nature in our program, including over 5% of all physicians in the country. And if you're a physician or you know physicians, you know they're pretty slow to adopt new policy changes and new practices, so the fact that we have that volume is pretty incredible, and again, an indication of the impact that we're having. Next slide, please. So from being in the trenches, from looking at the research, these are some of my key messages when you want to successfully translate knowledge to impact. So number one, you want to refine the message. So it's much more likely that media will pay attention if it's something new and it's something that's applicable to the everyday person, which Corey alluded to. Also, if you want your message to get the media's attention and the public's attention, it should be timely, so kind of hooking on to current trends and news stories. Controversy is another thing that gets attention, and so in the case of the BC Teachers Federation campaign, it was a bit controversial, and we kind of leaned into that a bit to get more media attention. And you want to present the evidence, but you also want to ground it in story. So every time we put together a press release or a communication strategy, we make sure there's a credible and a believable and also sympathetic person at the front of it, or family at the front of it, who can speak to media about the evidence and also how it's affected their own life. And I want to underline the importance of partnering effectively. So you want to make sure you establish those intersectoral partnerships, because we can't get this done alone in our own ivory towers or silos. You want to make sure that the partners you choose are relevant. So example, with the BC Teachers Federation, we made sure that it was teachers speaking to the impacts of fossil fuel education on their students. And it's really important also to, again, step outside of the ivory tower, connect with community and advocacy groups to make sure you're acting in a way that addresses community needs, and they're really creative people, so they can amplify your science and messaging in creative ways. And one other suggestion I have is don't view media as scary or unfriendly, because they have a huge role to play in disseminating the message and moving public opinion and moving political opinion. Next slide, please. I'm just going to end with this quote from the legendary Dr. Cindy Blackstock, who's a scholar and advocate. And in the last week or two, there was an article featuring an interview with her in University Affairs where she said, don't just publish another paper, let's do something. Something else she said in that interview was that academia needs to hire more people who are willing to get into trouble. So this is my invitation to you and encouragement to you to start getting into some good trouble. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Okay, that's a challenge. We take that as a challenge, I think. Okay, very good. Okay, now we're going to turn online. I would say we've sort of seen there, what can happen when you get into the trenches and become take more of an activist role, maybe get into trouble. And I would like to now hear from Dr. Joel Kaufman, who's a professor at the University of Washington and editor-in-chief of the Environmental Health Perspectives. So we're now turning to a couple of our international guests, and I think it's really a great compliment to this panel to hear from that other side about publishing papers, but what they do in that paradigm of making these papers even sing more to the audiences and the right stakeholders. So hopefully we can hear everything good technically, Joel, and I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. from all the disciplines, from toxicology, epidemiology, environmental chemistry to community engaged research. And then we try to communicate and promote the research findings and knowledge to a broad array of stakeholders. And we see part of our mission to be to foster development of an innovative, diverse, and international community of contributors in the environmental health sciences. Now, as a highly selective journal, we're publishing about 8% or less of the submissions that we get. So we are, pretty picky in what we're publishing in terms of trying to find things that are novel, moving the science, and are likely to be impactful. And a large part of our work is trying to make sure that the things we publish are published with scientific rigor, transparency about what they've done, and somehow novel, moving the field forward. So being a journal is, people are familiar with scholarly journals. We're in a special position with the support of the US NIH to allow us to focus on the environmental health sciences and be, a bit choosy in what we choose to publish. Maybe I'll leave it at that and look forward to taking some comments during the Q&A.
Great, thanks, Joel. And my apologies for a little bit of delay. Now I've got a big echo there. Okay, that's much better. Thank you. Okay, and great. We'll be definitely coming back to you to get more of your perspectives on the role that the journal can play and other thoughts you have. But I now want to turn to Dr. Evelyn DeLue, who is speaking to us from Australia in the middle of the night or very early in the morning there. So we're very appreciative that you've taken on the challenge of getting up early and joining us. So Evelyn is a professor of urban health and policy and a director of the Urban Health Environments Collaboratory at the University of New South Wales and the Australia Research Centre for Primary Healthcare and Equity. And we first met Evelyn as she was helping us shape some research directions within Canoe, and we've been maintaining this relationship ever since. So we really appreciate you joining us, Evelyn, and look forward to hearing your comments.
Yep. Let's see, there's something going wrong here with my...
We can hear you.
Yeah, and can you see me? Okay, then I will not worry. I'm going to share my screen. It says here my screen cannot be shared. Okay. Can someone enable my participant screen sharing, please? Yes, here we go. Share, and this is it. So a little bit of an introduction to myself and the topic that I want to spend my 5 minutes on. I'm in the urban health business since 1986 when I joined the WHO Euro effort on healthy cities, the first international healthy cities movement in the world, partly inspired, of course, by Canada. And I've been helping WHO in Europe evaluating healthy cities. A very diverse network, over 57 different member states of the European region of WHO. And one of the biggest challenges is that healthy cities in Europe is not about the outcome, better health, it is about the process. And the designated process of healthy cities in Europe is to put health high on social and political agendas, with the assumption that if you do that, that health outcomes and health processes will automatically follow. Now, how do you evaluate that? That is an incredible challenge, and it involves a lot of networking. I'll come back to that in my brief discussion. The other thing that I've been doing over the last 5 years here in the Greater Sydney area is run a collaboratory within Maridulu Budiara Gumal, which is the Sydney Partnership for Health Education, Research and Enterprise. Maridulu Budiara Gumal is the Indigenous name. And we collaborate between 3 different universities with very different structures and missions, 2 local health districts, both the size of Belgium, and a number of top-level medical research institutes. And very soon after we established ourselves, we found that none of these partners actually impact urban health. You know, we can think about urban health, but we don't impact urban health. That's the Department of Transport, local governments. So it was our role, we defined, to reach out to all of the stakeholders and try to figure out how we would do work from an academic and local health service perspective that would be meaningful to them. One of the simple things that a lot of people would think and tell us is that we need more information. Now, as an example, this is the information that you could provide in infographic form on active transport. And we all know that active transport, multimodal physical activity transport is good for health on many levels. And you can make as many pamphlets as you want and communicate them as elegantly to anyone that is out there. It does not make a difference. What makes a difference is bedding down the connections between the different partners in this game. So our mantra, both in Healthy Cities in Europe and in Maridulu Budiara Gumal, is we don't need more problems. We don't need to share that there are issues that need to be resolved. We don't need more solutions. That has been my mantra until a couple of years ago. We don't need more problems, we need more solutions. Actually, what we need is connections, and we need to firm up and sustain the connections between academia, between health services, between various sources of research in the private sector, but also in the public sector, between local governments, between government sectors, public transport, infrastructure, etc., etc. Now, establishing connections is a challenge. And how do you do this? Well, we wrote a book, and actually we wrote this book with a bunch of your Canadian colleagues, Patrick Fafard and Adèle Cassola, on politics and public health, because it's not that simple. Policy is political, and remember, politics is the art of deciding and influencing who gets what, why, and where. If you want to run partnerships between all of these complex entities, they are always contested and contestable. People always claim that the other party does not trust you, or is untrustworthy, or that there are challenges on bears in the road. So how do you deal with that? Is to listen, mostly listen. And academics are often, even though you would think that that is the key of our trade, academics are very bad at listening to random facts, because we think that they're random facts. But random facts from stakeholders are really, really important. And then you need to respond to those facts, not to the wisdom that you think you have created. You need to respond, and you need to create and shape all sorts of different alternatives. And this is a political theory by John Kingdon, who says the alternative specification, the art of framing the same truth in different responses to the needs of different stakeholders, is really where you start shaping policy. Now, that is an issue, and ultimately what we are struggling with is this. And if you know Asterix and Obelix, ultimately they have a party at in the village square, and everything is oxydozy. And that's what we need to aim for. And let's not avoid this conflict. Listen and respond. And I'm happy to engage with you in your discussion much later in my night.
Great, Evelyn. That was really, really complimentary to everything we've heard so far, so I really appreciate that quite a bit. And I want to now turn to Carolyn Jarvis. So I certainly take Melissa's advice to heart and say, you know, befriend the media and develop a good friend in the media. And Carolyn and I have been interacting for a while now, and we seem to be able to get each other's responses by email pretty quickly, which I greatly appreciate. And I'm always thinking about stories that might interest her. Often not that successful, but we want to hear from her how we might, you know, connect with the media, you know, to get the information out, to get it out to, you know, the public to hear about it, to get it out, of course, to the politicians to hear about it. So we all know the media is a really, really critical role in all of this, and Carolyn has had some great impacts in her work, so I really look forward to hearing from her. Carolyn is the Chief Investigative Correspondent from Global News. So Carolyn, thanks for joining us, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thanks for having me, Jeff. Let me just, first of all, disclose I'm using my AirPods today, and they're really touch and go. So if you have difficulty hearing me, or if they're patchy, somebody throw their hands up. I can see the panel, so let me know, and I'll flip to speakerphone. So I'm an investigative journalist, and usually when people get an email or a phone call from me, they freak out. And they think that they're in trouble. But let's go back to what Melissa said a few minutes ago, and that journalists aren't scary. In fact, if you're at the forefront of some incredible research, I want to know about it. And we can be incredible partners in hopefully accelerating policy change. And we've seen that happen in recent years. Jeff and I, for example, he was a great source of counsel and insight and data analysis when for 2.5 years we looked at the effects of industrial pollution in the South Sarnia area, an area that's known as Chemical Valley, and the Anishinabeg First Nation that's on the south side of the community. We spent 2.5 years developing relationships with the First Nation, with the communities there, delving into what people were concerned about. And what we produced in partnership with the Toronto Star and several local universities was the largest collaborative project of its time of journalists called The Price of Oil. That was one of several pieces we did. 24 hours after we aired that documentary about what was happening in Sarnia and the impacts of the people living there, and a massive, massive trove of, oh gosh, how many pages? 3,000 pages of FOIs that we got after 1.5 years of brokering back and forth with the department. We established a pattern of leaks of spills and fugitive emissions that were happening, that were impacting these local communities. 24 hours after we aired that documentary, the government committed, the provincial government committed to funding a health study, which a local advocacy group had been campaigning for a decade. It's now a health review, not quite a study, but change did happen, and it happened quickly. Also, people within the ministry told us that for years they've been trying to push forward a new SO2 regulation, and boom, that regulation went out the door, went pushed forward. We saw benzene standards change really quickly, though there was a bit of a loophole in the technical standard, I would admit. They did move that forward also. So things can change in partnerships with journalists for the better of the public. We can bring issues to light in partnership with scientists, and we want to make those things happen. So here are 5 key takeaways from me as a journalist, hoping that we can bridge the divide with scientists. One is that it always starts with relationships, that 90% of the stuff I get in my inbox from people are from communication staff or PR people. And if there's any in the room, thank you for your emails, but usually they go into my junk box. That's because everything that I do usually starts with a relationship with somebody. And so if you don't have a journalist in your corner already, I would recommend that you build that. And it doesn't always have to happen when you have something that's ready, baked, and set to go. That developing relationships is really what mattered. That's why when Jeff calls me up when he's doing something, I always put aside what I'm doing to listen and to hear what he's doing, because maybe that's my next story. And a journalist is always looking for their next project. But develop relationships of trust. So if you don't have a journalist in your corner right now, look at who's covering your beat. There are increasingly climate change reporters across the country. I can think of Marco Chonovid at the Toronto Star. I can think of the great work at the Narwhal right now, the Tyee out west, for example. Across the country, we've got Cameron Zabi, who is a PhD candidate doing environment and climate change reporting. Media outlets are developing reporters with this beat, or maybe it's a health reporter that you're looking for, and develop relationships with them such that when something big happens, you already know who to go to with that information. I wouldn't rely solely on your communications or your PR department to be the vehicle to get your story out. So when I go to my editor, once I've got a pitch from somebody, I can always expect two questions are going to come my way. Number one is, what are the pictures? Because I work in television. And number two is, why will anybody care? So let's start with the first one. If you work in print media and you've got a study that's published and it's all ready to go, you can probably run a story on that. But if you were to come to somebody who works for me, I file for Global National frequently, or somebody who works on CBC The National or CTV National, they're going to say, well, how do I visualize that? And that starts with capturing the process. People often think, well, I've got to wait until this is totally done. I can write my summary, my conclusion, and publish something and say, ta-da. That's not when I want to start the process. I want to start it where the science is happening, because that's what's exciting. And often I find scientists will say to me, well, I can't have a journalist interfere with the process because that might disrupt its integrity. But everybody has a camera today. Everybody. And so if you're launching air balloons, if you're doing soil studies, if you're, setting up SUMA canisters to check air quality, that's when you want to capture the images. And that can happen in partnership with the journalist you brought in really early, under an understanding that everything is embargoed and contingent upon the publication of your work. Nobody wants to interfere with that. Or you can capture those images yourself so that when you're putting out your study, you have a body of visuals to go with it. That will really help elevate the chances that your work will have traction when you're trying to meet audiences. The second question for my editor, if we loop back to that, is why will anybody care? And this comes down to the heart of it. And Melissa was talking about this earlier, is that you got to connect with the human element. And so oftentimes we get so big into the data, and trust me, I love data as much as Corey does. I love data. But my editors will say to me, but why do I care? And that can be really tricky because there isn't always causation. When, for example, if we use the Sarnia example, we know that it's a class 1 carcinogen and that it can cause blood cancers. But I can't say Jimmy has cancer because of the fugitive emissions of benzene that came off the factory that's 200 meters from his house. But we can hold them up next to each other, or we can look at public health data and look at cancer rates across, at the postal code level, for example. So it can be hard to find causation, but if we can always look for the heart in something, again, it will have a greater chance of having traction and getting off the page. And then who delivers the message matters. And this also comes back to what Melissa says. I feel like we're a bit of an echo chamber here about who is credible. There was nothing more frustrating for me than when I worked on the Hill many moons ago under the Harper government, with no challenge to politics here, but not being able to speak to scientists as a journalist was just a hair-pulling exercise. I think we all remember that time. If you were in Ottawa at that time, it was brutal. But when something is published or something's about to be, there's nobody I want to speak to more than a doctor. With the greatest respect to people who are in communications, I don't want them at the microphone. I don't want to see them in the lab. I want to talk to the physician. I want to speak to the scientist who's doing it, because nobody will be more passionate than them. And when I ask the question that is perhaps a little bit more probing, they're bound to know the answer, whereas a communications person won't. So to recap the 5 things that I think are keys to getting traction on your project so that you can get media attention, so that hopefully you can push that policy change forward, perhaps a little quicker, are developing relationships, building trust, capturing the process with visuals, communicating the heart of the story so that people care, and sharing it with passion. Don't let anybody else do it for them. And pitch stories, because we want to hear them. Even if you might not think it's that important, trust me, there's somebody else who does.
Thanks very much, Carolyn. So now we're going to, I think, turn to just more of an open discussion. We've heard some viewpoints, some ideas, some advice, I think, from many different perspectives, which I'm really happy to have heard. And before I try to maybe get the conversation going with a question, and I made a mistake and I didn't ask you guys if you had any questions you'd like me to ask, but that's okay. Are there any things from the 3 of you that you heard from one of the others in particular that you wanted to pick up on as a start? Maybe we'll go there. If not, we can go to the audience or to myself.
I actually have a question for the researchers, the knowledge generators. And my question is what your views are on advocacy groups like CAPE, or like the BC Parks Foundation and Park Prescriptions, when we have a very clear objective. And sometimes we always strive to be evidence-based, but we always are using the knowledge in a certain way. So I'm wondering what your impressions are, and then also if you'd be more open to working with advocacy groups like us to get those messages across.
That's a difficult one. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, I can kind of start as from the perspective of someone who tries to do both. There are cautionary tales, I guess. It depends on the group, is what I'd say, because sometimes a group that's trying to be an advocate is doing so with a purpose of trying to engender interest in the public and raise something of controversy, but may not be a group that's credible or trusted or invited into the policy table and the decision making. And other groups are more focused on that and less so on getting the public voice. And so it really depends what stage you're at and who it is you need to be working with, depending on how close you are to getting something, to getting change happening. So one group might be really necessary to work with at the beginning stage and trying to raise and elevate the issue, but they might be the wrong group when you're really close to making a change within government. So I think the one advice that I'd give is to work in collaboration then with those who may be at different stages and say, how could my voice as an advocate or as an advocacy group be more helpful and not harmful depending on the policy cycle and the stage that we're with, is what I've found.
Thanks. Sarah, you wanted to add something or a separate comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to reflect on some of the commentary related to listening and trying to situate and understand the context into which your evidence is entering. And there are many cues that government sends around what matters on the agenda at a given point in time. And those may be very familiar to you, or they may not be, so I'm going to mention them. I would definitely say that the public posting of ministerial mandate letters gives you a sense of what is on an individual minister's agenda. That gets reinforced, of course, through other policy communication mechanisms, including the speech from the throne or the budget. When you're trying to think about how that relates to individual departments, that gets reinforced through our departmental plans. So within our departmental plans, which some of you may have read, some of you may never have read, that gives you a signal for what's on a department's agenda for a given year. And that doesn't mean that only those things will be addressed, but it does tell you that these things will definitely be addressed unless something significant changes. So when you're thinking about the timing and when you're thinking about the relevance and when you're thinking about the different departments that you may wish to engage from different lenses. Those are some, I think, particular areas where before you even have a conversation with an official, sends you a pretty clear signal around priorities.
Great, thank you. You know, to that point you raised, Melissa, about getting involved with advocacy, to me, we've got this dichotomy now where we're hearing more and more that the work needs to be done at the community level, working at with community groups. And I think that almost pretty well puts you in the point where you need to be now working with advocates at that level. So it seems unavoidable. Maybe we don't have the model totally figured out as to what the role of the scientist would be in terms of being vocal versus the community groups and providing the information. But it seems essential in this day and age. Anyone online want to share some thoughts about working with advocacy groups from the researcher's perspective? So one of the things that I noted hearing, I think, from Corey and also from Evelyn, was certainly the role of interventions, but evaluation is a key role, and that is a very challenging topic. Of course, we're creating whole fields around that. But one of the things I've noted is that often the time it takes for something you've done in intervention to come to the point where there's something to measure, to evaluate, if you've been had the foresight to put those measurements in place, often outstrips the time of whoever it is that's really paying attention to the issue, because things move so fast. And I think there's two things that can help us there, and one, of course, would be try to keep the attention longer so that people are paying attention, making sure, of course, you've put in place the measures to track the changes, but also trying to speed up, the way in which we collect data to try to evaluate. And I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on ways we might try to do that in this evaluation, which is so important. We hear about it, whether it's called, interventions in evaluation or implementation science, or in the air quality field, we hear a lot about the term accountability. Oh, we've got to have accountability and we've got to show accountability. Or in other fields, adaptive management. We're going to evaluate, we're going to adapt. But the cycle is, I think, not really been so fleshed out to be able to have it really go through the cycle. And I'm not sure what your thoughts are in that in the intervention or evaluation stage.
Yeah, I could start. I think certainly one of the steps that we look for is with research early on thinking about an evaluability assessment of the work that you're doing. Can I build in those elements in the research early on so it becomes more evaluable as it gets to different stages? And what I've been challenged often by policymakers is to think through those stages of evaluation where early progress or indicators of success might be more readily available even early on. So you're not waiting for the penultimate evaluation or outcome, but you can show steps along the way. And the last point for me would be beware of the results of a research getting out there as a one-time thing to say, okay, well, I finally got my results, I'm making this impact on government, now they're going to have to act. This is it. Well, after 2 days and the news cycle is over, and what's actually been promised, and does it have longevity? One of the things I've commented on with government sometimes, I word it as a promise. I'll be generating this data again in a few years so I can see the impact of your policy response. That's a promise. It can also be viewed as a threat, but the idea that this isn't going away, and we know that a single response may or may not be sufficient to get the aim we're looking for, so we're going to be promising to keeping on analyzing the issue, the problem, and the degree to which the solutions have actually had the impact can be a great motivator as well, I would say.
Thoughts from others? Evelyn, okay.
Yeah. You raised a very important point about time. I also happen to be an editor of the online Encyclopedia of Public Health of Oxford University Press, and we commission papers. We try to figure out what we know and what we don't know, and invite people to reflect on things. And I invited one of the world's experts on time in health promotion to tell us what we know about time. How much time does it take to plan an intervention? How much time do you need to evaluate it? How much time then is required to implement it? And amazingly, there is very little or no evidence on time as a resource. And we all know that whatever work we do, time is a resource, and it is created through funding mechanisms. It's created through the support that we get from all sorts of partners and stakeholders. And we know almost nothing about it. So if there's one thing that we need to invest more time and money in, is research into time.
I'm thinking about that one. I totally agree. I have this vision that in this world of big data where ChatGPT doesn't take any time to answer a question, how we can harness that in a good way. And I'm certainly, there are ways to harness the big data world out there for evaluating interventions. Another thing that resonated with me, and then we'll turn it to the audience. So if those have questions, I think we have a mic that can go around the room, or comments. So if you have a question, raise your hand. And there's one online. Okay, great, thank you. line. Go ahead.
Oh, am I up? Hi, I'm Alison McPherson from York University, and I'm primarily an injury prevention researcher, not an environmental researcher. But our group has been really interested in active transportation and sustainable transportation. And in the city of Toronto, we've had a lot of success by involving what we call policymakers at the beginning of the research journey. So not before we submit our grants, we ask them, what questions would you like to answer? And that's been a super productive approach. And they're very happy to give us data. They're happy to pay us to evaluate their interventions, such as separated bike lanes. So I think Carolyn mentioned the relationship part. I think that's so critical and so important that researchers have to put the time and effort into developing those relationships and sustaining them. And sometimes doing stuff that maybe wouldn't be our original research question, but is really important to our stakeholders. So I found that approach really has been successful.
Any follow-up from our panel on that perspective?
I got one quick thing to say on that, Jeff. In that, just to follow up the note of relationships, is that oftentimes you might think, oh, well, that person, say for example, you came to me right now, all I report on is child welfare. You might say, oh, well, if I'm not working in the child welfare space, we want to do sustainable transportation. Once you have a relationship with a journalist, often people come to me with stories and I can filter them through the network. So, and Frank, don't tell my bosses this, I hope they're not there. But sometimes it's filtering you to somebody who's not even in my network. So you might come to me and I'll say, okay, great. I know somebody that does transportation at the Star where, if you've been in the industry long enough, you can just make those connections. So even if you have one person where you have a really trusting relationship, they can open those pathways to others.
Thanks. And go ahead, Melissa.
So, CAPE is a reasonably funded advocacy organization, doesn't have as much funding as universities or the government. But I want to mention that in terms of the stories that we put out, the campaigns that we put out that have gotten a lot of attention, relationships were so important. So in addition to, working with CAPE and being a family doctor and with the BC Parks Foundation, I've also been kind of a media commentator and expert for over 10 years. And so I've collected quite a Rolodex of different media experts, not experts, but journalists. And so whenever I have a story that comes out from BC CAPE or from the BC Parks Foundation, I can send it to they're basically they're like friends. I've met them in person, I've spent time with them. And then they amplify it, and then those people and their colleagues see it and amplify it. So it is really, really important, again, to make friends with journalists like Carolyn, because they really do have an impact. And, the park prescription story, it was a local journalist colleague that I had who first broke the story, and then it just went viral. So yeah, again, underlying the importance of befriending people outside of your sphere of work.
Another comment online from Chris Carleton. So Chris, if you can hear me, take it away.
Hey, Jeff. Hi, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there. I'm Chris Carleton at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver. You said to be controversial, so or at least provocative, perhaps. I just thought I'd mention that the admonition for the journalists to be cautious about the I guess the reputation and expertise of the groups they're working with has the converse, right? That for scientists, they have to also be very cautious about the groups that they're willing to work with. And, it may be one of those things that's potentially crude to say, but it's also true that different advocacy groups have different levels of rigor, I guess, in their in how they view the science and how far they're willing to stretch it. So I think it's a two-way relationship. And I just thought, in fairness, because we're trying to promote the best use of science, we have to all be careful about it on both sides of the equation, because we all want the best science to be represented accurately and used appropriately. And I think if we're not aware of that, it just hurts everyone. So I just thought I'd add that because it maybe balances the perspective, and you did say to be provocative.
You have thoughts on that? I see Corey's nodding. I think it's definitely a real challenge. And, you know, what's the line you cross and how you convey your work?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we try to do in public health is develop coalitions to get messages across. And I think innate in the work that we do in developing community capacity and developing partnerships is you're giving up some control of how that's used. And I think all you can do as a credible source of information is try to make sure that your research is communicated in a way that's really clear and less likely to be misunderstood or misused by a group. But it is difficult to see sometimes when a group that may have put out unreliable information or misinformation latches onto your work all of a sudden, and you can get tainted by that role. But you're giving up some control, and I think it's necessary in order to get the message out. So the best we can do is just, as I say, being really clear and trying to make sure that the messages aren't open to that kind of misunderstanding. I think it's worth the risk, personally, because I think we really have to be making sure the messages are out there and as much as possible being picked up by a very diverse audience.
Thank you, thank you. I see Megan over there has a comment or a question. Or what am I seeing?
Yeah.
And Joel wants to follow up with that. Okay.
Oh, do you want Joel's?
That's. Can you hear me, Joel? You want
I hear
to
you.
follow up on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll take my editor hat off and as put my academic hat on here, which is that I think that, community engagement of academic scientists is an incredibly important part of what we do in environmental health, and needs to be encouraged at all steps. But what we have to recognize as an academic or as a community organization or as a journalist is that each of these three parties have, or as a public health official, have different agendas, and you need to respect those agendas and work with them in a way that is helpful to them and not getting in their way. At the same time, they need to recognize the boundaries about what an academic scientist can and can't say, because we're, from the academic side, our credibility is incredibly important to our, livelihood and our ability to maintain the rigor of what we do and not sort of step out beyond what we think what we believe in based on the science, while other parties often have a different agenda for very good reasons, and that's all. It's all for the better. We actually have we work with community organizations and have a kind of a little agreement that we work out with community organizations about what we can and can't do, and what we're willing to help with, and what's required if you want sort of our name on communication or something like that. So that's all I would say.
Great perspective. Megan?
Thanks. I'm Megan Winters. I'm a CIHR Applied Public Health Chair, Gender and Sex in Healthy Cities, and a co-lead of Interact of the Environmental Health Signature Initiatives. I guess where I wanted to just sort of probe the panel or push them is, as an academic researcher, I hold, in applied research, I hold very close relationships with city staff across the country in various cities, long-term relationships that I've cultivated and am careful about. But recently, I think possibly with Melissa, I had to speak out against one of the cities that I work with in terms of the City of Vancouver and its failure to put in plan for active transportation along the Broadway corridor as we reinvest $10 million in a 8-kilometer road. So I guess in that place, I want to just, as we talk about relationships, is when you need to speak out against the person or decisions being made by the organization that is that relationship that you're in. And I guess I'd like to hear from the panel just that more nuance. So it's great to say we need to have relationships. Actually, the harder place is when you need to sort of threaten that relationship in some kinds and really speaking out against them. And I'm sure as public health officials and decision makers, you have experience in that, but sort of, I'd like to hear your reflections on that aspect of it.
Anyone want to tackle that first? I see Sarah.
Thanks, Megan, and really pleased to see you here, and thank you for your leadership. I guess one reflection goes back to roles within the ecosystem, and I think one of the very privileged roles of an academic is to be able to speak with independence. And so, regardless of relationships, which may be difficult to navigate, but I think that that credibility to be able to speak for the evidence with independence is a really critical part of an academic-based researcher. And so I think that that's just part of your role, as difficult as it may be, and part of, I think, the relationship is ensuring that there's shared understanding of the fact that that is a part of your role.
Can I quickly add
Evelyn
to that?
wants to comment there. Okay, we can't hear you, Evelyn.
Yeah. Because it's our duty. It's our moral duty to be advocates, and we don't just create evidence. We really want to create change, and we need to speak truth to power. And I think that should be in any job description of any academic.
Academics, especially particularly tenured academics versus practitioners or public health officers. Unfortunately, there have been a lot of examples of physicians, public health officers who have been fired because they dared to speak out with the evidence that had been mounting and convey it to the public. So in some ways, you academics who are tenured have a lot more leeway than we do to speak to the evidence, because your job will not be threatened. So I think, because of the credibility of your voice, because you're based in science, you know the details, it's almost even more important for you to speak out, because you'll still have a job waiting for you typically at the end of it. So I would encourage you to do that.
Thanks for that encouragement. Is that Jennifer there?
Yeah. Hi, it's Jen Gommerman from the University of Toronto. So I'm a tenured researcher, as just pointed out, and I just wanted to flag that a lot of us were involved in research during COVID-19. I'm an immunologist, and brought evidence to the public through social media, through a lot of very effective conventional media representation. But where I think we hit a wall was at conveying what needed to happen to government entities. And I don't know, as a researcher, and I really appreciate the comment about time, I don't know how to breach that gap as a researcher so that what we are discovering, what we are communicating pretty tirelessly gets translated to policy. And I, as a basic immunologist, don't know how that works. And is that something that CIHR can help us with? Like, who does that?
That's a good question. Is there, I see some CIHR people in the room. I guess I ask you again, what's your perspective of policy? Because I often think, well, it could be not, like a policy, like a law, but a policy.
Or even just targeted funding for something that really needs to happen quickly. So I can give you an example that's really my own, and so it's a little bit bespoke. But a lot of colleagues working on mucosal vaccines had been advocating and getting media coverage that this needs to happen. My colleagues in the US were able to just walk over to Capitol Hill and have a whole day summit where they spoke to representatives in Congress. How does this happen in Canada? How do researchers bridge that gap? Maybe there's a way and I just don't know, but I'd be curious to hear your feedback on that.
I'll just answer.
Hopefully I don't get fired.
Yeah. I'll just answer from the CIHR perspective. We don't lobby government. So we don't, I mean, you'll see advocacy groups lobby government. We talk amongst ourselves. We work very closely with Sarah and others, but we don't lobby for funding for particular programs. So that has to come from the community. And there are lots of examples of how the community, and I don't think it's just tenured professors, it's people who are advocating in that space, lobby the government, and funding is available. The Terry Fox Foundation's been very good at it. You know, cancer groups have been very good at it. So I think, you know, that's one of the messages that this audience needs to be the vehicle with groups like CAPE to lobby for change. It won't come from CIHR. That's not the job. We're apparently part of the team, and what is it? Teamwork makes the dream work?
I think I'll respond with an example. Jennifer, I'm looking at a totally different case, not COVID-19, but Mpox. And, you know, we had an outbreak develop in a non-endemic context in Canada. We did not have a lot of local expertise. We certainly had expertise when it came to the epidemiology and all of the epidemiological methods, but not in terms of pox viruses. For example, we didn't have a program on pox viruses set up at the National Microbiology, on Mpox set up at the National Microbiology Lab. We didn't have deep expertise domestically. We also had the outbreak that was really within a particular population, within gay, bisexual men that have sex with men primarily, not exclusively, but primarily. We had a containment within, the outbreak was in Montreal and in Toronto and some cases in between. So there were some geographic isolation as well. So what did we do? We started off by initiating a systematic review of the literature. So my office initiated that and funded it to be able to scan what evidence was already published from endemic and also non-endemic countries. We had some internal assessment around what difference what the transferability rather of the non-endemic of the evidence from endemic countries was to the non-endemic context. So that was around science sense-making, essentially, in terms of a function. Where there were continued gaps in knowledge, which there certainly were in this case, we assembled an expert panel, which included not only academic-based experts, but also experts from local public health, where the most germane local, as Corey said, germane local intelligence was being generated. That was co-convened by myself and Dr. Tam to be able to actually do some collective sense-making around what we know from the published literature, what we know from the local data, and what those two things mean for the generation of public health guidance and communication to the public about risk. And we created an adjacent community panel where we pulled together relevant community-based organizations working with the populations of interest in order to help tailor our communications, and also both in terms of how the message was crafted, but also who it was going to be able to reach, and to work through, as was mentioned by my colleague, credible messengers and credible organizations with established relationships to those communities of interest. And all of that was part of an ongoing real-time process. So we met repeatedly with that panel. We maintained a living review because we were accruing evidence as we were making decisions, and that was fed into science communications efforts around the risk, for whom, under what conditions, and what could actually be done to mitigate it. So that's a very timely example of sort of the evidence support system that wrapped around a very real-time public health issue. If we look at that within the context of COVID-19, I mean, we're talking about a whole different scale and scope. I didn't bring slides this morning, although in hindsight, wish I had, because there's a couple of very compelling evidence cases around the sheer volume and scope and scale and pace of evidence that was being generated during the pandemic. So evolving evidence base, evolving public health measures and guidance base, evolving communication landscape, evolving tolerability of the public to action. All of those were sort of meeting, and there will be a lot of lessons learned around the complexity of that science communication case, to be sure.
It's great. It would be great if researchers in the trenches had a blueprint for how to do the monkeypox. That was a great example. So how do we do that? Because, I mean, is there a blueprint that we can follow if confronted with the same type of issue again? How do we bridge the gap? Because most of us don't know. And so I guess that would be really my request or suggestion.
Thanks for that's really good insight, Jen, and also sharing that example. Very good. Unfortunately, we're out of time for more questions, but please come up and ask the panelists directly or comments, or engage with others here with questions that you have. And I think we're all aware that when you're planning a research project, there's a section there. What's your knowledge translation plan going to be? And now you've just heard exactly what you need to write. Develop relationships. And no, it's certainly a challenging area, and I thought it was really an important thing for us to discuss as we think more about messages going forward. So I really appreciate everybody's attention so far this morning, and I really want to also thank all our panelists online and here in the room, and so thank you very much. Now we've got a time for lunch, so let's continue the dialogue and discussion over some lunch. And then we're going to come back here and get a quick lightning round overview of some of the highlights of the research. So thanks again.
we good to go, Alan? Okay. Yeah. Do people have slides for this? Some people have asked me. Some do. Okay. Oh, great. Okay, so I'll just leave this here for them. Okay. Hi, everyone. So please find your seats. So what we're going to get into now is what we're calling the lightning round, where you're going to learn all about, well, not all about, you're going to learn a tiny bit about each of these 18 projects. But what I actually want to talk about is what's going to have to happen after the lightning round, because that's going to kind of inform how you pay attention to the lightning round. So after the lightning round, we're going to do a World Cafe. So we're actually going to be split up into 3 different rooms, this one, that one, and 1 2 floors down. And there's going to be each of these groupings of researchers or projects are going to be in a different location in those 3 rooms. And so we're going to have, this World Cafe is going to be an hour, and there's going to be 3 rounds of the World Cafe. So probably what most of you will do is go to one group for the first round, one group for the second round, one group for the third round. If you really love that particular group, you can stay there for the 3 whole rounds. And if you are more of a floater and you just want to pop in, pop out, pop in, pop out, that's okay too. So any approach that you want to do works, but the idea is that as you are listening during the lightning round, you can kind of start thinking about, okay, which of these people do I want to talk to more or learn more about, or which of these projects do I want to learn more about during the World Cafe? Okay, does that make sense? Okay, great. So I'm gonna invite them up as a group, and they're each just gonna have a couple minutes to talk about their project. So it's gonna be very quick, and I'm sure you all know that researchers have a hard time giving high level. So we'll see how this goes. So the first group is the Urban Forum group. We have Jan Kestens from l'Université de Montréal, Brent Hagel from University of Calgary, and Lise Gauvin from Université de Montréal. So I'll get you all to come up all together, and then we can go through each of your projects. And just a reminder too, they're in the little handout on your tables, there are descriptions of each project, so that'll give you a bit more info. Yeah, sit there. Yeah. All right. So, who's who? You, yes. Okay. You go first. Go for it. Yeah. So 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I wasn't warned that I would be first, so, but I'll try. Do we have some slides for that? We had slides. I don't know if they're meant to be up.
If you just move this forward, they
oh,
should be
okay.
there, I think.
Here we are. Okay. All right. So I'm starting with Interact, our project. So Interact is a collaboration of researchers, public health practitioners, urban planners, community groups working together to understand how cities transform, change, and how these changes impact health and equity. We've actually put in place 4 natural experiments in 4 cities, in Vancouver, Victoria, Saskatoon, and Montreal, where we follow people. We've created cohorts and followed the transformation of the city around issues of sustainable transformation and sustainable transportation and urban design. And we focus on physical activity, well-being, and social connectedness. And more recently, we've also increased our work on equity. So Interact, since the last 7 years, we are still running. We have developed a solid research infrastructure on intervention research, which we believed back in 2016 was highly needed in Canada. So this research infrastructure is composed of cohorts, but also tools and methods to follow transformations of the city, spatial and policy analysis tools, qualitative methods, ways to gather data in the city, bring it together, exchange with our partners, and create evidence. So that's one of the achievements. We've also managed to develop sustainable and strong partnerships. And it's our partners who have really helped us throughout these years orient our research agenda and help us define the topics of interest in each of these cities. That has brought us to create local evidence around, for example, cycling or gentrification impacts of health. And we've also managed with this research environment to get additional grants and branch into different fields, for example, gentrification and health, implementation science. So we've been actually quite successful in leveraging this infrastructure for additional funding. As you can see in the slides, a few key numbers of our achievements. And I will finish, because I still have 28 seconds, about our also achievements in terms of diversity of outputs. We've done flash reviews, we have a number of papers, blogs, we have a GitHub environment to share all our methodological tools. We have annual data briefs with our partners, advisory committees that are still active, and we've been also using social media to share our key messages. So we hope here we're going to be able to exchange with most of you and learn from your experience and hopefully share some of our tools and methods and approaches. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, over to Brent.
Right, fantastic work. There we go. Can you hear me now? Yeah, there we go. All right, so I'd just like to first off acknowledge that I live, work, and play on the traditional territories of the people of Treaty 7 of Southern Alberta and Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. It's an absolute pleasure to talk to you today about the Child Active Transportation Safety and the Environment Program, and I'm representing some really amazing colleagues, and I hope I do them justice today. So our goal was really to understand how the built environment influences child and adolescent active transportation and the risk of active transportation injury across different Canadian urban settings. And we had very specific objectives and a number of projects within each objective. And so I think we were able to accomplish the establishment of prevalence estimates for active transportation in school children across 7 municipalities, noting the wide variability even within cities in this outcome. And then we related that information to design, density, and diversity components of the built environment to try and understand what factors are influencing active school transportation, and importantly, what factors are influencing the risk of an active transportation injury. And in contextualizing that information, we were able to look at qualitative work focusing on barriers to built environment change and decision making and facilitators, and noting that motor vehicle prioritization is a huge issue in municipal planning. And I'm also very proud of the fact that our program was able to train a number of postdoctoral fellows, graduate students, and initiate the undergraduate researchers within our respective universities to the research enterprise in built environment. And so focusing in on what we're able to accomplish, summarizing that, I think we need to prioritize social equity in planning road safety interventions, and you've heard a little bit about that, and I've given some examples here. We've understood that there are different built environment, active transportation, and collision associations between cities requiring the need for local knowledge and interventions. We've established before and fostered throughout this program of research municipal partner researcher partnerships, and I've given a number of example projects here that I'm happy to talk about later. And then infused within the research program were a number of knowledge translation pieces, including acquiring the input of our partners, which I'll show you on the next slide, At the beginning of the research program and throughout, we developed a webinar series. We have a projectchase.ca tool for understanding safe ways for kids to navigate the built environment and what that looks like in terms of built environment change. Developed some infographics, and then we have a Chase database that I think will be a nice legacy of the program that we can use to understand further the relationships and perhaps establish baselines for further research. And none of this work would have been possible without an incredible number of partners, and I'm delighted that we've established some really strong relationships with those groups, and want to continue doing so in some of the work again that I can talk about in future directions later. Thank you very much.
Great. Over to Lise.
Thank you. So my name is Lise Gauvin, and I'm here with my colleague. I'm Lise Gauvin with my colleague Nazim Muhajirin, and we were leading the Muse THEPA project, and we were very, very fortunate to have as partner knowledge users the Urban Public Health Network and Corey Newdorf, who you heard earlier this morning. And so two of the themes that we heard a lot about this morning were the focus of our project. One of them was intersectoral or multisectoral partnerships. And so a significant portion of the work that we have accomplished focused on collecting data from partnerships that were located in 4 different cities: Vancouver, Saskatoon, Toronto, and in Montreal. And we've conducted surveys and interviews to better understand the composition, functioning, and interventions that emerge from these different partnerships. The second focus of our work was on understanding the acceptability of built environment or urban form transportations. And so we know that we have to have information about prevalence, about burden. We know that we need to know about the efficacy of interventions that we're learning about in Interact, but we're interested in implementation considerations. If populations are not on board with what is being done, likely we will not have the appropriate reach. And so we conducted a survey on the acceptability of built environment transformations to the food environment and to the transportation environment. And because the survey was done during the COVID-19 pandemic, we also collected some data on transformations that were elicited as a result of some of the COVID-19 pandemics. The COVID-19 confinement procedures. And so we went into the 17 largest census metropolitan areas in Canada and collected data on 27,000 people. So some of the things that we have actually identified is that we were able to identify a certain number of facilitators and barriers to multisectoral or intersectoral collaboration. And these barriers and these enablers were both intrinsic to the partnerships, but also to the extrinsic environment in which people are functioning. We also were able to identify how multisectoral partnerships think about and use an equity lens, and what we identified was that it was quite a bit more complicated than we originally thought. This has just recently been published, in that it has to do with framing, it has to do with core competencies, it has to do with prioritization, it has to do with the fact that equity is more of an emergent concept than something that is very specific. And we believe that to be actually interesting and useful in not just saying to people you have to address equity, but to say maybe we have to do multiple things to be able to address this. In terms of the acceptability of built environment transformations, what we were asked was about the agreement that with a hypothetical implementation of services, facilities, regulations, and policies that would be within a 15-minute walk in some people's neighborhoods. And what we found was, in fact, that these are some weighted prevalences, that when you have things that are not very intrusive, like communication or providing information, it's mostly very acceptable. But as soon as you start implementing incentives or disincentives or eliminating choices, then there's a lot of pushback that actually occurs. We found that, in fact, there was a gradient. We also found that some of the lower rungs on the ladder, like information, don't always appear to be most acceptable. Many analyses show that women were actually much more accepting of different transformations, as were people who self-identified as being Indigenous. And some are lower income populations also showed greater acceptance for food system transformations. And so I look forward to chatting with anyone and everybody who comes to chat with our group a little bit later on. Thank you.
Thank you, all three of you. So once again, these three are going to be a trio in one of the World Cafe sessions. So if you want to learn more about these projects, choose them in one of your rounds. So next round, we're going to now we have the Obesity and Environment group. So we have Philip Awadala from University of Toronto and Danny Doiron from Canoe to come up. And now we're gonna. Does anyone bet? Is anyone a gambler? So here's the challenge. Can any of these people actually keep to 2 minutes?
Have you seen the slides already?
Yeah, it's always a bad thing when anyway. Okay, you're first. Go.
I'm wondering why that was started with me. First slide, I guess, is me. Nope. This is you. Yep. This is not us. Oh, okay. This is me. All right, this is me. Thank you very much for that introduction. Our project was on the specifically asking questions around, is it genes or environment that impacts traits associated with metabolic disease or metabolic phenotypes in general? And so overarching programs in my lab and with a number of activities that I'm associated with are trying to ask those types of questions. Ancestry, somatic mutations as we age, environment, and potentially epigenetics. How do these all contribute to development of chronic diseases? And specifically, we're interested in understanding how gene by environment interactions impact metabolic traits. To do this project, we decided to leverage in our funded activity the CanPath cohort. I'm the National Scientific Director of CanPath, which is hosted out of the University of Toronto, where we've recruited over 350,000 participants. It's still growing because we're still engaged in recruitment in Manitoba and in Saskatchewan, which are our more recent partners as well. And one of the things that we were able to leverage there as well is our consent to use our 6-digit postal codes, or 3-digit and 6-digit postal codes of our participants to link to environmental outcomes. So a lot of this is just a kind of give you an idea of how we're doing with regard. How am I doing for time? 40. Oh, wow. All right. So we captured this type of information. We captured a lot of omic information, and we used the Canoe project, and especially the fellow who's sitting right beside me, who I don't have time to introduce, to just look at environmental contributions. We started in Quebec, and then we started moving outwards to the rest of Canada. One of the reasons we started in Quebec is we can control genetics much more easily in a population like that, which colonized Quebec around 400 years ago, to ask simply whether genetics in these 3 cities contributes to your response versus environment in these 3 cities to health outcomes. So really that's the question we wanted to ask, and very high, oops, this kind of didn't come out. Canoe provided us with information about air pollution in each of these 3 cities. And so just to be really fast, this is the outcome of the Nature Communications paper that was published in 2018, is that generally your environment, rather than genetics, is really what's most critical with respect to how you respond to the environment. Lots of media impact. Even Marie-Julie Favet, who was the lead author on that paper, was even on CBC not that long ago. In fact, when anytime anything comes up with regard to air pollution and health outcomes, we get a phone call. We're working in CanPath. We're working across Canada now. One of the things that we can easily say is that air pollution, or PM2.5, explains cardiovascular risk or cardiometabolic phenotypes in our cohort more than any other trait that we've measured. I know I've gone over time. And the last thing I want to highlight is this paper was a cover, came out 2 weeks ago. Actually, Christopher Carlston's had popped up on an image. His cohort in BC contributed a significant amount of data to this. We also contributed information from what we learned in CanPath. It's a really nice study led by Charlie Swanton, who I think had 3 full articles in Nature in the last 2 weeks, showing that environment, PM2.5 in particular, and its impact on your inflammasome had a significant impact in never smoking lung cancer's development. So that's a pretty important development, I think, as well. So.
Great. Okay, over to Danny.
All right. Hello? Okay. Yeah, so I'll try to keep it to 2 minutes. So Canoe's main contribution has really been the establishment of a central data portal of environmental exposures. So since 2016, we've collated and developed over 45 nationally standardized data sets that are indexed to the Canadian 6-digit postal code to link up with cohorts such as CanPath. So we make this data available via our own data portal, but we've also pre-linked them to CanPath, to the CLSA, to the Child Study, and to a number of administrative health databases. So in addition to building a data platform, Canoe has established a multidisciplinary network of researchers, professionals, and clinicians. Oh, sorry. And these data sets and collaborations have resulted in important contributions to the advancements of environmental health research in Canada. So from 2017, which is the year which we started distributing the data, to today, we have received well over 400 data requests, which have led to more than 135 scientific publications and 20 graduate student theses. Yeah, so Canoe's public webinar series has been an effective tool in knowledge translation. Over the years, we've hosted over 40 public webinars on key and emerging topics in environmental health. And these webinars were well attended, attracting between 50 and 100 people per event from Canada and abroad. And we also recorded the webinars and made them available on our website. Canoe also developed a series of training sessions in data science and health geography in collaboration with the GeoHealth Network and Population Data BC for students from across the country. And finally, with support from the Public Health Agency of Canada, we launched the healthydesign.city project in 2020, which really pushes the democratization of Canoe data in that we want to lend Canoe data to solutions-oriented initiatives. So via development of web-enabled tools, we are making Canoe data available to individuals from outside of academia to look at issues of environmental equity, to encourage public engagement and education in built environment and health.
Okay, thank you. Still a no, Betters. Still a no. Okay, so this is this right? Yeah. Okay, so the next group is child health. So we have Vernon Dolinsky from University of Manitoba and Megan. Hang on. I know, but I don't have Megan. Okay, Megan Jones is here as well, and PJ Sabaro from the Hospital for Sick Children. Okay, so I don't know who's first, but if you click the slide. Okay, great.
First, good afternoon. I'm Vern Dolinsky, and on behalf of my team, I'd like to tell you about type 2 diabetes and obesity, which is, a public health crisis in Canada. But particularly, troubling is the fact that is rising rapidly amongst pregnant women and their children. And youth onset type 2 diabetes is, a really major health concern because of the prognosis for poor cardiovascular health outcomes, as well as kidney loss and other complications of diabetes. And First Nations children are, disproportionately affected by these conditions. So one of the factors, even though we don't know what the mechanisms for that aggressive nature of type 2 diabetes is, one of the factors that we see is that the maternal environment defines a major role in the risk for developing obesity and type 2 diabetes in youth. So consequently, we assembled a large team to investigate this. Experts in metabolism and epigenetics, and united 4 different cohort studies that I show above, which includes 2 First Nation cohort studies and 2 population-based studies. And then we also included animal model systems to investigate tissue-level mechanisms and genetic polymorphisms as well. Ultimately, our work has identified a whole series of epigenetic and metabolomic biomarkers and mechanisms of type 2 diabetes in adolescents. So the implications of this, we hope, will lead to targeted interventions that can really kind of shift that intergenerational trajectory. So as shown above, from that high risk trajectory, intergenerational trajectory shown on the inner circle, to more of a healthier cycle as shown on the outer circle. Thank you for your attention.
So do you both have slides? I'm not sure who's next. Okay, great. I'm really busy so that I could actually keep within the 2 minutes. Okay, so on the top right panel, type right side, is the team that this grant was able to bring together. And we focused on breastfeeding, home environment, genetics, asthma and lung growth, viruses, nasal microbiome, and maternal nutrition. And I just wanted to point out that Ziheng Liu is an early career investigator who's here at the meeting today. So I'm really pleased if you guys want to talk to him as well about this study. He can really illuminate you. On the bottom panel in the circle plot are all of the various factors that we looked at in the child study, which is a national cohort of infant who have been followed now to age 12. And we looked at each domain, and you see in the outer circle the different things that we looked at within each domain. And infant feeding as breastfeeding was actually one of the big factors that will come out of the story. The big thing that we found from this body of work and in child in general is really honing in on the fact that genetics and environment obviously contribute different aspects, but for asthma particularly, we found that in children who are at high risk, only 12% of it is explained by their genetics or genetic risk scores that we've used, whereas over 30% of the environment could be linked to explain the increased risk for asthma. This is obviously very complex, and when we start to look at individual factors, and what you see on the bottom left is a complex gene-environment relationship. And in this case, I didn't want to put it on the slide, but it's around breastfeeding, which is always very contentious in the asthma literature, because in general, breastfeeding is extremely helpful, especially if you're at low risk. But in the very distinct situation where you are high risk genetically, and you are producing specific HMOs that are associated with being high risk for asthma, you can actually increase the risk of asthma in your child specifically. But again, this is very hard to message to the community, and so I really think the next phase of the work is in the top left panel, where you see we're taking all of the risk factors together and looking at it in the context of the microbiome. We've already seen that viruses do shift the nasal microbiome, and there's a complex relationship that's influenced by many factors, including the environment. And one of the top risk factors for asthma that was one of the things that came out was phthalates, and we're really interested in understanding how these environmental factors can influence the nasal
nasal microbiome and lung function and symptoms.
You tried. So I'm not Stuart Turvey. You can tell that I'm not Stuart Turvey because I don't have an Australian accent. Unfortunately, Stuart couldn't be here. He's the PI of the project. And you can see that the major leadership team for this project, which was trying to link modifiable environmental factors in the development of asthma. I'm highlighting two people there. One of them is myself. The other is my colleague, Dr. Hinspehe, who is here. And this is sort of the first main takeaway from this project that I think is really important is we were both postdocs when we worked on this project. So it was a really amazing training opportunity for us and helped us springboard our careers into the next phase. So I'm now an assistant professor at the University of Manitoba, and Dr. Spehe is really putting her research and policy into practice, working for the BC CDC. So the overarching idea behind this project was linking modifiable environmental factors in a very complex way to the development of child asthma and allergy, and we're using the child cohort, so this is perfect and aligned really well. But we're mechanists. We wanted to look sort of really deeply at a couple of different mechanisms that link these two things together. When Stuart presents this work, he focuses on the microbiome because that's his thing. I'm an epigeneticist, so I'm going to talk very quickly about some of our findings in the epigenetic world. So for those who aren't familiar with epigenetics, we like to refer to it as a sort of form of cellular memory. It is how cells, individual cells, remember past environmental exposures and how those exposures can then be sort of retained in the long term and go on to influence cellular function and then health in the long term. So we wanted to see how specific environmental exposures link to childhood asthma and allergy through the epigenome. And so we have a couple of main things. One is epigenetics linking child traffic-related air pollution, specifically to atopy. This is the analysis that Dr. Spehe and I did together. We found that link happens at least in part through the epigenome. The epigenome itself has an independent connection to both traffic-related air pollution and childhood atopy. Some ongoing work from my lab, my independent work, is looking at this in a longitudinal fashion. So how long do these things stay behind in the epigenome? Are they continuously linked to childhood asthma development throughout life? This is still under review right now at EHP, so if Dr. Kaufman is still online here and you want to help us out, that would be great. And then the last thing is something that is sort of the other main takeaway, which is springboarding the findings from this into the next step. What is the next thing we're going to find? And so we're actually looking at diet moderation. How does diet, specifically things like antioxidants, actually break those links at the molecular level between air pollution and child health? Thank you. I'm excited to hear what everybody else has to say.
Awesome. Thank you. So once again, this is the child health. Oh, I need to give you your handouts. This is the child health group, so there'll be another group. And next up, we have the microbiome group, which is, yes, good. Alberto Martin from University of Toronto, Alan Stinsey from University of Ottawa, and Jennifer Gomerman from University of Toronto. And I think it's the order that's listed. So. Go for it. Do you have slides or no?
No.
Okay, great.
So I don't have slides, which means I might be able to keep it under 2 minutes. So the main objective of our research program was to characterize the complex interaction among the diet, the gut microbiome, and the host in the context of pediatric inflammatory bowel disease, or IBD. IBD is a chronic inflammation of the gastrointestinal tract. The cause of IBD is unknown, and unfortunately, it is a lifelong disease with no cure. Before the start of our project, we knew that the gut microbiome plays an important role in the onset, the progression, and the remission of the disease. This same gut microbiome is also known to digest our food and produce beneficial essential metabolites. And some of those metabolites are known to educate the immune system and therefore might modulate the gut inflammation observed in IBD. So with our project, we propose to test the hypothesis that disrupting the interaction among the diet, the gut microbiome, and the host leads to IBD, and that by manipulating this interaction, we might be able to improve treatment response. So during our project, we discovered new insights into the interaction among the diet, the gut microbiome, and the host. Our findings reveals an alteration of both the composition and the function of the gut microbiome. The IBD microbiome was characterized by a decreased production of beneficial metabolites from the fermentation of complex carbohydrates, together with an increased production of detrimental metabolites produced from the fermentation of proteins. These findings suggest that we might be able to manipulate the gut microbiome by using specific complex carbohydrates in order to improve treatment response in IBD patients. As part of this project, we also discovered biomarkers that could be used to diagnose IBD, differentiate the two subtypes of IBD, Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis, and predict severity of inflammation, which is critical to determining the optimal treatment for the patients. So our project highlights the importance of studying the gut microbiome in IBD pathogenesis and provide novel avenues for the development of therapeutic approach aimed at manipulating the gut microbiome and managing IBD.
Thank you.
Great. Well, my name is Alberto Martin. It was an honor to work with this team of clinicians, scientists, and basic scientists that explores the role of microbiome and other environmental factors on colon cancer. As you know, colon cancer is one of the most prevalent cancers in the world, and it's multifactorial. Its cause is multifactorial, meaning that there are a number of different factors that are being implicated in colon cancer, such as genetics, the immune system, or dysregulated immune system, such as which occurs in IBD. These individuals are also very predisposed to develop colon cancer. But it's also there's also factors that are environmental, such as a diet, and more recently the gut microbiota have also been linked. And there are a number of pathobionts that are being linked to colon cancer development. And so what our project, one of our projects, and the one that I'll tell you about today, that's currently under review, is how we understand or explore how these various factors crosstalk with one another to induce disease. And so what we've been doing is taking these pathobionts that are common in all of us, about 30 to 40% of us have these pathobionts, and screen them and look for interactions that cause synergistic effects on colon cancer development. And so what we've done is taken, for example, this E. coli mutant, this E. coli or a mutant, so it's called NC101, and explore different diets. And for example, what you can see here is a low carbohydrate, low fiber diet on its own promotes colon cancer, but when you add this bacteria called E. coli NC101, it promotes it, right? While this bacteria on its own would not normally do that with other diets. And so what we ended up showing in this study is that this low fiber diet causes this E. coli variant to grow and cause DNA damage because it encodes genotoxic agents. And so what we've been doing really is also exploring whether this pathobiont also interacts with other factors such as genetics. And we found, again, an interaction with this pathobiont and a genetic mutation that occurs very frequently in colon cancer. And when you combine all these three together, we get what we call the perfect storm in colon cancer development. And so the take-home message is that a diet rich in fibers will protect you from colon cancer caused by this common E. coli bacteria. And I want to add, too, that we have a lot of human data that supports this finding.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm delighted to be here on behalf of Gemini, and this is a team that has assembled expertise in immunology, microbiology, gastroenterology, epidemiology, health geography, genetics, and nutritional sciences. And our goal is to understand how the Ontario environment is impacting the development of immune-mediated inflammatory diseases, such as asthma, IBD, and multiple sclerosis. And these diseases have quite high incidence and prevalence in Canada. So for example, Canada has the highest rate of multiple sclerosis in the world. Moreover, the incidence of these diseases is increasing at an alarming rate. In contrast, the incidence and prevalence of these diseases is lower in other parts of the world, and we focused here on South Asia. And Canada, and specifically the Greater Toronto Area, hosts a large South Asian diaspora, which includes newcomers from India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. So our team, which Gemini, and we have 2 other members here, Iqbal Noir and Gary Chow, found that people who immigrated to Ontario from South Asia, who we term first generation, had a low risk of developing one of these diseases. However, South Asians born in Ontario to first-generation South Asian parents, in other words, second-generation South Asians, had the same risk of developing one of these diseases as the general Ontario population. And that given that Canada welcomes many newcomers, often to the GTA, this is an environmental experiment that's literally unrolling on our doorstep. And while it's unfortunate that second-generation South Asians are experiencing this heightened risk of inflammatory disease, we consider this also an opportunity to study what drives this increased risk and learn more about the Ontario environment. And we know that the microbiome is exquisitely sensitive to environmental inputs, including diet, pollution, et cetera. And so with CIHR funding, we assembled this team to study the highest risk for chronic inflammatory diseases among South Asians, looking for hotspots in the region of Peel using postal code data to gain clues about environmental risk factors. We also recruited 100 first-generation and 100 second-generation South Asians who generously provided their blood and fecal samples and answered a lot of environmental survey questions. And then we analyzed the fecal microbiome. And we found that second-generation South Asians entirely lack specific microbes that are relatively common in the first-generation's microbiome. And by comparing these microbiomes with other studies looking at inflammatory disease risk, we've generated new hypotheses to test the involvement of the immune system. And ultimately, we're going to need to understand if these microbiome changes imposed by the Ontario environment are causally related to the increased disease risk that second-generation South Asians experience. And lastly, we learned a lot about this community, including their barriers to healthcare use, their knowledge of chronic inflammatory diseases, and quality of life impacts that could impact our ability to treat this at-risk population.
Thank you all. Great. So this was the microbiome group. So next we're going to go to the resource development group. So Margot Parks, University of Northern British Columbia, Nicole Bates-Emer from University of Victoria, and Michael Unger from Dalhousie. And I believe you're first because you're listed first. So.
Oh gosh, no.
We're good? Okay. Hi. I don't have slides, so just try and do this au naturel. I'll just tell you a little bit about the project we're going to call, it has morphed into the name, the Resilient Youth in Stressed Environments Project. And this project is taking place in Drayton Valley, Alberta, and Secunda, South Africa. What we were actually starting out to try and do is look at the impact of environments at both ends of the carbon cycle, communities that produce heavy industry, oil and gas industries, and those that are being affected by climate change. But as the project has evolved, what I really want to sort of focus on, at least for this, is actually what we're learning about from the communities where there's heavy oil and gas production, and this is in South Africa and Canada. And the reason we're focusing on that is because we're beginning to understand that by living in these communities, and indeed caught up in this oil and gas production, there are dramatic impacts, of course, that we're beginning to show, thinking multi-systemically, about, for instance, the world price of oil has a dramatic effect on family dynamics and ultimately on rates of depression in children in those families. So we're approaching the entire study from a multi-systemic frame of resilience, which is an emerging discourse, at least in the frame of resilience, and sort of resonating here in this room, certainly. Overall, what we're trying to understand is the cascade effect. So if you're in oil and gas towns, you need to begin to think about identity formations of these communities. You need to begin to think about macroeconomic factors. We need to begin to think about the impact of those on family dynamics and even down to the kinds and natures. And we have data like this that will actually talk about green spaces and blue spaces. So what we've done is we've combined all that data with things like measures of hair cortisol and depression and psychological and family dynamics, and we've gathered all this incredible data. And we've been struggling to try and figure out new and innovative ways of using these different scalar sort of data sets and using network analyses and other things that we're now in the phase of actually publishing. If you do want to read a fair bit more about this, we did manage to put out a volume with Oxford University Press that's open source, open access, which makes it much more accessible to our global community of scholars, especially in the low and middle income settings. But essentially, that's our mission, to better understand how to help, or ultimately, since they're producing the carbon, these communities are going to have to go through a dramatic change in the near future. And what we hope we're actually doing is entering the conversation early enough to help them to begin that process of change and what the impact's going to be.
Thanks. Over to Nicole.
Slides. Oh, you did have slides.
Oh, get rid of it. Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure if I sent anything, so.
Okay. Hello? Okay, great. So I'm a brand new postdoc on a shared future. And a shared future is about reconciliation between Indigenous and Western knowledge systems in the renewable energy sector in Canada. It explores how different knowledge systems have the potential for healing our relations with each other and with the world around us. It's the only EHSI program to be funded through the Indigenous Ways of Knowing stream. And there are 8 thematically linked projects studying intersectoral partnerships across the country, as depicted in this image by artist Simon Brascoupé, who joins us today, who along with Elder Barbara Dumont-Hill are key members of the team. They've been really instrumental in guiding the team with, for example, this visual to think kind of conceptually across the projects, which you see around the outside, and how they're linked through the 4 elements, which you see on the inside. In terms of main accomplishments, A Shared Future is co-directed by Heather Castleton, a white settler researcher, and Dee Lewis, a Mi'kmaq researcher, and they created a co-directorship to decolonize the typical hierarchical CIHR leadership model. In addition, each governance committee has at least 50% representation by Indigenous peoples and at least 50% by those who identify as women. Second, our gender champions formed a partnership with the Native Women's Association of Canada and produced a compendium to support our team to incorporate sex and gender-based analysis and to take a decolonizing approach to gender. This helped amplify Indigenous women's voices across the renewable energy sector and center gender in all of our program discussions, et cetera. The team published a policy brief with the Yellowhead Institute critiquing the absence of Indigenous rights in clean energy programs and policies across Canada. And perhaps most importantly, a key hypothesis emerged, which we are working through now, about whether energy sovereignty is a core determinant of Indigenous people's health. In terms of knowledge translation or excitement around communicating, within the program, each of the 8 projects has a community or an organizational co-lead who themselves are knowledge users, to ensure that projects are community-based and community-led and that findings are of use to and shared with communities. We've held 2 summer institutes for our trainees and teams and an annual winter retreat for our programmatic steering committee. And then finally, beyond the program, the teams produced 9 academic publications, a piece in The Conversation, 3 videos, one with almost 2,000 views, and participated in a podcast. And finally, we're working on new KT products now, which is part of my responsibility, including business cases and developing an edited book or a special issue, and finally, a final documentary project. Thanks.
All right, is that working? Okay, we'll go to my slide if that's there. Ah, there it is. Whoops, back. We have 1 slide and 3 people. And we are representing, please come on board, Chris, and we are representing the Environment, Community and Health Observatory Network. We are embodying the importance of that trio. And we're here to just give you a glimpse of the strengthening intersectoral capacity to understand and respond to the health impacts of resource development. In our 2-minute glimpse, we're going to share with you 3 catchphrases that have really leapt out of us in terms of the importance of this work and hoping that you'll come to learn more. And a key essence here is that our team was focused on knowledge exchange partnerships from the very beginning, and that map on the bottom left, where researchers and our regional case partners all shared and exchanged knowledge throughout. And a strong message from that group is that we want to expand our suite of approaches to thinking about these issues. We do not want to be, you all know the metaphor, people who are holding a hammer, for whom everything looks like a nail. That we need to expand how we think about environment and health research. And so we had these three phases: taking notice for action, connecting that all the way through, integrative tools and processes, not just the tools, but the processes to mobilize them. And you're going to hear for 30 seconds from Chris and Celine about those, and about, given the paucity of integrative environment, community and health work, the need to connect and amplify. So over to Chris.
Thanks, Margot. Chris Busey, like Megan, I'm someone who benefited. I came into the ECHO project as a postdoc and found their way into a tenure track position now at Simon Fraser University. I was really fortunate to be the co-lead for our stream on integrative impact assessment, and we were fortunate to work with knowledge users who are very familiar with how we govern resource development in this country, looking at tools like environmental, social, and health impact assessment. The number one complaint, they're very rarely brought together to make sense of very complex social ecological systems. So we drew some inspiration from some tools, legacy developments, environmental justice screening tools developed by the United States Environmental Protection Agency. These are tools that are geospatial, they're equity informed, they track cumulative effects over space and over time. They've been trialed in 17 different states. We thought, why not in Canada? So we've led multiple successive pilots. We're not going to share the results. You got to come to the table to find out more. Of course, as Margot said, the tool is only as good as the process that's paired with it.
Yeah, and very quickly, we did think a lot about processes. Processes are important to build the tools, so we need to be building them with the people that are going to be using them. And they help to start intersectoral conversation to bring us forward. They create co-benefit. And I'm heading back to Margot.
And so the conversations that we had were moving from cumulative impacts to co-benefits. They were about connecting and amplifying what we already know to elevate place-based work that is really resonating. We were hybridizing tools, and importantly, as you can see with some of our graphic work, we were creating arts-based work of how to bring things together and not have them separately when we're thinking about environments, ecosystems, equity, and health. I'm out of here.
Margot looks at me like she thinks she did a good job, which she did, but not in the time allotted.
Raisa was part of our team.
I was part of this team, so when they came up with 3 people and Celine said to me, we're doing this the ECHO way, I was like, I know what that means. Okay, last but not least is the Agri-Food Group. Shirley Harper, University of Alberta, Norman Newman, University of Alberta, and Barbara Hales from McGill.
According to this, Shirley's not here. I don't know.
Shirley online?
Okay. Does this mean we get more time?
No.
I'm Barbara Hales. As was mentioned, we're in the Agri-Food Group, and our goal was really to develop innovative approaches to ensure that safe alternatives replace endocrine-disrupting chemicals, which we call the legacy chemicals. And examples of the legacy chemicals are the bisphenol A, which I think everybody knows about, the brominated flame retardants and phthalates, and their legacy because they have been, or at least some members of these families have been regulated. So hopefully our exposure to them is decreasing. We had 3 specific aims: exposure assessment. So this was led by Cindy Goodyear. So we were looking at which of these legacy chemicals and which replacements are in drinking water, in foods, and in breast milk. And samples were collected from Canada and South Africa. And Jonathan Chevrier is sitting over there, and he is our Mr. South Africa, the total liaison with South Africa. The second specific aim was led by Bernard Robert, and that was really to figure out what's known about the new chemicals that are replacing the legacy ones. We know quite a bit about the legacy ones, they've been studied, but we know almost nothing about some of these new chemicals.
And so we used high content imaging. We studied a variety of cells related to development and reproduction, and we looked also at some organ cultures to see what we could find out about these basically unknown compounds. The third aim was led by Jay Ellis, and she was interested in policies and regulations. If I can get it to go forward. I went backwards. Okay, so I'm only going to tell you about one family of chemicals, and it's the one most people know about, which is bisphenol A and its replacements. So remember, the question is, are the replacements regrettable or responsible? What we found out in this one example is that legacy and replacement compounds are found in food from Montreal and South Africa. Cooking did not reduce exposure very much. And interestingly, and this has attracted a lot of press, is that the thermal labels on your food, so when you go to the grocery store and buy fish, for example, or other foods with thermal labels, are a dietary source of one of the bisphenols that's replacing BPA, BPS, and this has attracted attention. Amazing to us, even in plastic water bottles, and fortunately there were none here except for the juice maybe, did not have any bisphenol A. So we were surprised by that because we thought it would. And however, human milk has BPA, BPS, and some of the other bisphenol type compounds. I didn't put it on the slide, but it's likely that they are also found in milk in South Africa. So when we put these chemicals in our in vitro screen assays, we find that the effects of these chemicals are chemical and cell line specific. And we can actually rank the chemicals so we can know which bisphenols are safer, at least based on these assays, than bisphenol A. And we've done exactly the same types of studies for the flame retardants and their replacements, and also for plasticizers. So I was interested to hear about phthalates earlier, because phthalates obviously is legacy, and some of the others are replacements. When we do organ cultures, we find that they are also have effects on development. So this is only possible with a really interdisciplinary team. So you can see on the top the people from McGill. We come from 5 different faculties at McGill, so we were really learning each other's language and how to communicate, and I was interested to hear some comments about that this morning. Cindy Goodyear led the studies in terms of the breast milk, collecting them through the in both countries. In South Africa, they're actually collected from an urban region and from a very rural region, so we have data there too. We have amazing colleagues from government, from Health Canada, both from the Chemicals Management Plan and some of the research labs, and then many, many collaborators, colleagues, knowledge users from things such as the Environmental Food Safety Agency to food packaging to Environmental Defense Fund. And that was it. Great, over to you.
Great, thanks. Do you ever wonder where it comes from? Water? Do you ever worry about the safety of it when you drink it? If I told you this water came from the toilets of all of Ottawa, would you drink it? Even though I said it was safe as an environmental microbiologist, that it met all safety requirements. Some of you are probably going, what the heck is he talking about? Why are we that desperate in Canada to have to drink somebody else's toilet water? And the answer is, well, yeah, we hold 7% of the global freshwater supplies in Canada. It may seem like we're not ready for this, but in reality, certain parts of the country are. Southern Alberta, for example, is an area that's facing some dire consequences over the next 10 years. We have 3 problems facing us in Southern Alberta and the Southern Prairies. Climate change. So you remember the heat dome that occurred, that could be more frequent. The floods in Calgary in 2013 were once in a century floods, predicted to be now once every decade. Okay, so we're going to have to balance abundance with extreme drought. We have scarcity. We can't draw any more water out of the rivers. By regulation, we're not allowed to draw any more water out of the rivers in southern Alberta. And yet the Calgary municipal area grew between 2011 and 2021 by almost 250,000 people. Essentially every decade, a large city gets popped down in Alberta somewhere. How do we meet that need? part of our goal is to look at water reuse. How do we reuse water more effectively? Could we ever be ready to make our toilet water into drinking water? We call that direct potable reuse. And in certain parts of the US where we expect a mega drought, you've probably heard of the mega drought. We're at the beginning phases of a mega drought that could last 1,000 years. What might that mean for water quality, and would come all the way up into the southern Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba areas, that mega drought? Are we ready for it? The city of Okotoks just announced, for example, it's a small city, about 30,000 people just south of Calgary, has just announced that they will run out of water in 9 years. And economic growth and development will cease in 9 years. The city of Cochrane, just west of Calgary, has announced the same thing in 10 years. So we need ways to supply water to people in the next. Perhaps the most startling discovery we made as we started looking at this is, how do we make wastewater safe? Let's look at the pathogens that might be present in wastewater, and how do we make it safe? We came across a very surprising thing, because some microbes actually survive wastewater treatment. And when we actually went in to look at how they do that, we came up with a remarkable finding. That in fact, it's almost like they're wearing microbial Kevlar. They're resistant to treatment. Now that may not seem big to people, but when you realize that drinking water and sanitation are the two greatest interventions for control of infectious disease in modern society, and they might be evolving resistance to water treatment, might we have a big problem? I can tell you that those that do survive treatment are also highly multi-drug resistant and antibiotic resistant as well. So could we actually be creating the ultimate superbug? So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, great, thank you. And we do have Shirley online. So go ahead, brief overview of your project, please.
Okay, thanks so much. I wish I could be there in person today to be joining all of you, but I'm in Edmonton on Treaty 6 territory. I'm calling in for Papastu lands, and it's great to be able to chat very briefly about our project. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen and go through a couple of slides. So our research was Indigenous community-led research. So I'm here today on behalf of the real leaders of this research, Inuit in the Arctic, Shiwi in the Peruvian Amazon, and Batwa in the Ugandan impenetrable forest. All three of these different groups have been experiencing different climate change impacts. So for the Inuit, that's changes in ice extent and thickness. For the Shiwi, lots of changes in terms of flooding, which is really important for their agriculture. And for the Batwa, a lot of changes in their in rainfall, which has really important implications for their rain-fed agriculture. And so all of these different peoples have been impacted by climate change and have been experiencing really important impacts on their food systems, on their Indigenous food systems. And this became a clear priority in our proposal development stage. And as we have worked through the project over the years, what's really interesting is that even though these are three different, like very different groups in different countries, high, middle, and low income countries, very different Indigenous peoples experiencing different patterns of colonialism in the past and in present day, different cultures, different climate, different languages, different right across the board. But the pathway through which climate change impacts food systems and impacts their health are all strikingly similar. So things like racism, colonialism, inequities, all of these things really exacerbate some of these climate change impacts on their food systems. So our project, we had an Indigenous led team. The majority of our team members were Indigenous, majority were female identifying. We had over 30 different partner institutions involved in the project. Lots of master's and PhD students involved in the project, including those who are Indigenous. Lots of different people participating in our research in different ways. But what I wanted to do is share with you one different output from our project from each of the different regions to sort of highlight the, I guess, more unconventional research outputs. Of course, we had publications. Of course, we had journal articles and book chapters. But here are some of the community outputs that were really important to different communities. So the first I wanted to highlight was from Peru, from the Amazon. The Ministry of Culture there actually requested this. They were really interested in knowing the nutritional content of different Indigenous foods in the Indigenous food system. So we worked with the different Shiwi households to create this book that outlines the different nutritional contents of the different foods and how that's being impacted by climate change for the ministry. In Uganda, we worked on a project that looked at how community members were adapting their food system in the face of climate change. And this was a photo-based project. So using photography, we documented the Indigenous food system from the source to how it's harvested, to how it's prepared and how it's consumed, and the values and processes that go behind that, and created an online resource as well as a paper in hand resource. We also had traveling photo exhibits with this that communicated from farm to fork in a sense for this Indigenous food system and how it was being impacted by climate change. And the third and final project that I'll highlight under this major project was from the Arctic. So we partnered with communities in Labrador to look at how climate change was impacting the food system there. And one food source that we focused on was caribou. Caribou are experiencing a serious population decline right now in Labrador, and that's for a number of different reasons, but one of the reasons is climate change related. And so what we did is we partnered with communities to create a documentary film that talked about how the declining caribou herd populations are impacting Inuit, how that's impacting their food system, and how that's impacting their mental health and well-being and their nutrition. But not only the impacts, but also the responses and what can be done to overcome that. And this film was aired on CBC last year. It's available on CBC Gem if you're interested. It was also aired on PBS in the United States. It's been presented at film festivals and has won awards, and has been a really effective way at communicating some of the key research results of our project to a much wider audience. But across all three of these examples, I wanted to highlight three key messages that came out really, really clearly in our project. The first is that Indigenous knowledge systems are really critically important in understanding how climate change impacts Indigenous food systems, different responses that are available in the face of climate change, but also how to govern climate change impacts. Across the projects, it became very clear that Indigenous self-determination in research is really, really critical. And finally, that there are climate, food, health solutions available in this context. So with that, I'll stop. Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks a lot, Shirley, and you too. And so this will be the sixth group. So if we can get the slide up that has the locations. So this is the way it's going to work. We're like 25 minutes behind. No one's fault, just saying. But so we're probably going to adjust the timing here a little bit. But we're like I said, we're doing 3 rounds, and you can choose three of these different kind of groups. This is where they're going to be. Downstairs on the first floor is going to be 3 of the groups. So you can either take the stairs, the kind of very beautiful but complicated Harry Potter-like stairs out there, or the elevators. Either is okay, but you go down to the first floor and it's directly under this where we are now, is those 3, the urban form, obesity and environment, and child health. In this room, we're going to do the microbiome is going to be over in that corner, and the resource development people are going to be over in this corner. And then agri-food is going to be upstairs. So again, you could do the Harry Potter stairs or the elevator to the 4th floor, and it's that room right there. So again, right above us. I think that's what you need to know. So go, find your groups, and I'm going to come around and check in with you and also kind of give you cues when it's time to go to the next one. Well, she must have a team here. I don't know. Yeah, no.